Hello, these spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. Welcome on to the Cult of Vane, the home of hedonism, here on this little corner of Twitch that we call twitch.tv/Vane. Or if you're watching the VODs channel, then VODs of Vanity on the whole thing. I was a little late today because I needed to get a cup of tea. You know, needed to get my second cup of tea. I've definitely got some description of delightful lurg about my body. My congestion is intense. I have taken Sway's advice and partaken in antihistamines to try and deal with the lurg, but it is still very much lurging. How you doing anyway? How's it going, you beautiful individuals? It is hump day. It is halfway through the week and halfway through our streams this week, because we have 2 more streams this week. We have one tomorrow night at 7 p.m. BST and one on Sunday night at 7 p.m. BST, where we're going to be indulging in the Labyrinth roleplay game. I have also pulled out the Dracula novel that I got for my birthday from a dear friend, and the Necronomicon short stories by H.P. Lovecraft, because we have now got to book in. Well, we've already got the H.P. Lovecraft one booked in for your reward stream for the audiobook stuff, and we need to book in the one for the Dracula, as that was what people have requested. That is what people are after. People are very much into their audiobook streams, which is good, because I'm happy to do them. Do you know what I mean? I'm happy to do them. But let me say hello to everybody. How you doing, Caro? Hello, you cheeky devil. How's it going, Safbridge? Gilus, you cheeky wonderful bean. Popeye Gatewood, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Claudia Thuz, you wonderful bean. Shazza, hello, you cheeky devil. Claire Lou, welcome on in. Loki the Khajiit, hello, you cheeky devil. Hit Machine FM, welcome on in. Reb Gresh, you beautiful bean. Vexatious Quipster, hello. Helena the Unicorn, hello, you beautiful individual. So mysterious. Darkness is delightfully mysterious. And today we are going to be indulging in some more dark themes of things for sure. Black's reading on the one thing that could make that better. No, this, I mean, if you moved the right mic. Thanks, Sembar. Thanks, buddy. How's it going? I've just seen your message, Sembar, by the way. See Viking, how you doing? Only on my second cup of tea. I'm careful with the amount of tea I drink before I start streaming See Viking, and the reason why I am careful with it is because otherwise I'll be pissing like a racehorse. There will be an awful lot of urination visitations, so I only have one to wake me up in the morning, you know, to start my day off properly, and then I prepare the second. Well, I prepare the second for stream if it's a cold day. And today it's a pretty cold day. This is the problem with the United Kingdom, is we go from heat wave to fucking freezing in the space of a day. So it becomes a bit more of a problematic dynamic, you know. It's a colder day today. I had a big fluffy dressing gown on this morning. And I have decided to be quite chill today because I'm not feeling great, you know. So I'm wearing my own merchandise. I'm wearing some Valen Vane merchandise. Today. It is one of the Erotonomics collection. There we go. Woo. Yeah, no. So, but it's very cozy and it's great quality. So, and you know, I made this design specifically because I liked it and I didn't give a shit about anybody else. That's basically what it comes down to. You know. But so yeah, we're all about feeling cozy and calm and chill and relaxed, and then we're going to jump into some cyberpunk based cosmic horror, because why wouldn't we, you know. Let me start with Nikki Dala. Come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? And Ivana J, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, claiming cheeky kisses? Look at these beautiful people coming here claiming cheeky kisses and what have you, know what I mean? Totally sponsored, Rebar. Sponsored by myself. That's the wild thing. How's it going, Jam Brain? How you doing? Quick quiz for UK people. Is Facebook working? Wanted to double check. I had a DM that I needed responding to. It was working on my phone earlier, like about 10 minutes before I started streaming. Yep. Seems to all be fine and dandy. Seems to all be working. All working for us so far, so good. Could you please send some cooler weather down south, please? I would love to. Hold on. Where does the sun rise? That way. I tried my best, Cara. I tried. Still way too hot. Yeah, it's quite chilly here where I am at the moment. It's very cold and cloudy and what have you. But now I've sat down and I've turned all the lights on and stuff. I'm quite warm and toasty, so you know. Best kind of sponsor is when I sponsor myself. I've been looking at getting into sponsorships because they can be quite lucrative. And I would love to make some money so that I can rely less on the generosity of you wonderful beings, you know? Because you're all great and wonderful, but I would much rather you spend your hard-earned money on yourselves. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'd much rather you spend your hard-earned money on. And if I can do that through the medium of doing a sponsor from an actual company that is morally aligned with myself, then that would be lovely. That would be lovely, you know? Lurk away, yellow wine, you beautiful being. No worries at all. Seems all fine to me. Yeah, it seems fine to me.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Whoops.
You did that on purpose. You did that on purpose, Raybar. I know what's going on here. You did that on purpose, you cheeky little devil, you. Thank you very much for the 200 little panderings. I appreciate that. Facebook is odd for me via the browser and the app. It has odd something went wrong and oh, you got service unavailable. It did that for me a few months ago, but it hasn't done that for me recently. The issue that I majorly have is like I have like my page messages and my personal messages and then the Ken page messages. Excuse me. That's how you can tell really that I've got the lurg in me. I just keep yawning. Because I've got a couple of pages for like the events that I run and stuff like that. It means that it ends up being it asks me to re-log in every single time I try and change between the different messages, as it were. And it had this thing where it pops up and it was like, now you can log into all of your messages at the same time. And I was like, cool, that sounds fucking amazing. Didn't work at all. Didn't work at all. I was like, fucking hell. Continue working on what's happening. The app is still okay, both Wi-Fi and mobile now. Yeah. No worries, not staying long, as off to help us at a veterans group. Oh, sounds wonderful. I hope you have a wonderful time. I hope the veterans have a wonderful time. Claire Lou, absolutely. Fucking tea, so good. Your cat did it. Your cat threw those 200 little panderings at me and ran away. Is that what happened, Rebar? Sponsorships can be good if it's a pro that you actually align with. Staffbridge, this is the reason why I have been streaming and a content creator full-time for like 6 years. I've been streaming full-time for 7 years. And I've been streaming for 7 years and I went full-time about 6 years ago. And I have had one official sponsor slot where they reached out to me, but that was me helping out a friend who had just launched a game. I did some of the Stream Elements sponsorships, which ended up being well paid until they fucked me over. And honestly, I regret ever doing a Stream Element sponsorship because I find the company to be horrifically immoral and have had very bad practices. But at the time, I hadn't looked into it that much. I was just like, oh, well, you know, some of my friends are doing these things and they're getting good paydays. It'd be wonderful to get a good payday out of this. This is great, you know, especially as at the time, there were less subscribers on this channel and therefore I was struggling a little bit in order to make ends meet. So I was like, right, ends got to meet. Do you know what I mean? I've got to find a way to keep the roof over my head and put food in my mouth. So I decided to do a few of those, and then Stream Elements. Let me be very careful about how I say this. Due to a malfunction in the Stream Elements system that failed to record all of the goals that I achieved, Stream Elements managed to keep nearly $800 worth of my money, of the money that they owed me. And when I approached them about it, approached the customer, the customer client peoples and what have you. Really, Zagjack, you fart a train out. Is that what's happened here? God damn it! Thank you very much for 100 little pound rings. I appreciate that. Yeah, Sembar tracked everything manually because when we were doing the sponsorship, when we were doing the sponsorship itself, I noticed that it wasn't tracking things properly. I contacted Stream Elements and said, hey, it's not tracking things properly. And they said, don't worry about it. It'll all sort itself out. And I went, no, that's not okay. I need to know that it's tracking it properly. And they were like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. It'll all be fine and dandy. If there's an issue with it, we'll look into it. It won't be an issue. Don't worry. And I was like, I don't trust this. I don't trust this one fucking iota. And I asked Sembar to very kindly track everything so that we could keep a track of everything that was going on. I sent that all out to Stream Elements and they couldn't give less of a fuck. They ignored it all. They ignored all the video evidence that I got. They ignored all of the physical evidence that we got. They ignored all of the screenshots from people taking screenshots of their own mobile devices to show that they'd hit all the targets and stuff like that. They ignored all of that. They were just like, nope, our system says it's fine, so fuck you. And we were like, what the fuck? So they kept $800 worth of my money. So you're right, Sembar. Fuck Stream Elements. With a bat filled with rusty nails. It was fucking ridiculous. So yeah, if you ever, I mean, Stream Elements is closing now anyway, but I would strongly recommend that every single one of you who has ever even considered doing any description of sponsorship ever, stay the fuck away from Stream Elements as far as you possibly can. They are scum and villains, and they deserve nothing but the spit out of your very dry mouth, you know? You know? So yeah, so I've done like sponsorships before that I am not comfortable with, but I needed the money. Nowadays, I won't. The reason why I have like the only sponsorships I've done is like the 3 from Stream Elements and then the 1 for a friend of mine is because companies approach me or I approach companies and I'm like, hey, I'd love to check out your like core values. I'd love to make sure that we align. I'd like to make sure that we're okay. You know, everything that is between you and me is all going to be working fine. Blah, blah, blah.
Jigglypuff. And now you do sponsorships where you can sleep at night.
Basically, yeah. Well, I would do, but I have a major issue with sponsorships. And this isn't like I'm fucking angry about it. It's the problem is that the majority of companies that want to sponsor me, that could sponsor me, that have the money to and have the aligned core values to sponsor me, are the kind of companies that it becomes extremely difficult to put onto Twitch. Like sex toy companies, for example. Twitch have got a specific rule saying you are not allowed to be sponsored by sex toy companies. It's only recently in the past couple of months where my other social medias have grown to a point where they might be viable, like doing a sponsorship on other social medias for those companies that might be viable. So yeah, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one to say the least. The kind of content that I create, most sponsors run away from. The sponsors that don't run away from it are the sponsors that I'm not allowed to promote on stuff like my live stream. So it's a hard one. It's a hard one to do, but we'll get there eventually. If I could get sponsorships for like sex toys and like specifically sex toys from companies that are morally aligned with me, or sex education companies or something like that, that would be amazing. That would be absolutely fucking amazing. However, they are few and far between, and I have a horrible feeling that there's going to be extreme restrictions left, right, and everywhere because there always fucking is. There always fucking is, you know? Where was I? There we go.
Don't worry about the next.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Second carriage connected.
What is this? Jester Fraud. 5 gifted subs. Why? Why have you done this? It's a Wednesday. It's a bloody Wednesday.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
The Knitting Wolf for 6 months in advance? What is this? What is this sorcery? What?
Third
It's a bloody
carriage
Wednesday.
connected.
Hold on. Thank you so much, you beautiful beans. That is so unreasonably kind of you. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that, all right. You didn't need to do that. A good idea, Jester Fraud. Do not enable this. Do not enable this ridiculousness, all right? Jester Fraud, thank you so much for gifting us 5 gifted subs into the community. And the Knitting Wolf, brand new person, welcome on in. Thank you very much for choosing to subscribe for 6 months in advance, taking us that one step closer to the 70-30 split throughout the next 6 months, which is wild to me. I've been here for 4 streams, so I'd fancy that's so kind of you. Thank you. And Jester Fraud as well for 6 months in advance.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
What are you doing?
They call it hump day for a reason.
They do call it hump day for a reason. They do, and I was talking about the antibodies of hump day earlier, so you know. Right, hold on. Let me get all these beautiful people on the Mirror of Vane here, okay? But thank you so much for coming out of lurk and saying hi, the Knitting Wolf. I appreciate that. Oh. And then the 5 that Jester Fraud gifted. Good lord. I know which one of those belongs to a wonderful member of the community, and I always sing it every single time that they come in. Second one. Third one. Fourth one. Goth Sable, thank you very much for coming out of lurk to say thank you there as well. And finally, all of those names have been inscribed upon the Mirror of Vane. By having your names upon the Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. In fact, technically speaking, it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist anymore. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. And what have you done? Ivana coming in for the 3 months in advance. Oh my lordy, all these people, 3 months in advance, taking us that one step closer. Jester Fraud, Ivana, and the Knitting Wolf have all taken us one step closer to the 70-30 split for the next 3 to 6 months. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. I have also inscribed your name upon the Mirror of Vane. That's so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you. As I said, get access to a personal Snapchat, even though it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist anymore. You also get access. Stop it!
Most kind.
Stop it! What are you doing? I'm trying to get through the speech. Zergjerk. Okay. Pole dancing Gandalf. Of course. What else do you need in life? All right. Pole dancing Gandalf. Oh my god. Alright, I have inscribed those names on the Mirror Vane. By having your names on the Mirror Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not bomb Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and good god, do I look rough. But god damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know, you beautiful bean. How's it going, Zabadi, and how you doing, cheeky devil? Thank you so much, friends. That's so unbelievably kind of you. You didn't need to do any of that. God damn it. You little, ooh, I'll waggle my finger at you in a perturbed fashion. Where was I? We were talking about sponsorships and stuff. You should lurk while I eat lunch as I am at a remembrance of all these deaths in Birmingham. No worries, you do your thing, little K. You do your thing. Thank you so much for being here. But yes, Halfbridge, I completely agree. It's got to be, I'm very, very picky about sponsorships that I take now, purely because I want to make sure that I am morally aligned with the company before I take the sponsorship. I want to make sure that if I am recommending a product, that that product is something that everyone's gonna
subscribed.
love. Do you
Most
know what I mean? And then
kind.
people can trust in my word. The man, the myth, the legend, his own
Carriage
pants.
connected.
Happy 58 months. Good lord, Bear, you cheeky devil. Good lord. Coming in with a prime. Thank you so much. You could use your prime anyway, and you choose to use it here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Pole dancing Gandalf reminds me of Finley's Gandalf the Slay. It was excellent. That was excellent, Zembar, for sure. For sure. I love the way that you came in just to tip it over to the level 4 as well. I know you. I know you, Bear. You weren't having any of it. You weren't having any of it. Bear, I've also inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not on Snapchat! Or you get access to all the sexy little emos, but the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow. You know? You know? You cheeky little devil, you. Where was I? Get on the fart train, choo-choo. Remember to grab the gas mask. Oh my God, Zerg. How you doing, buddy? How's it going? I remember the same, they hold 53 euro from you, so now I really don't care about them. That's so annoying. They're awful. They are absolutely awful. And the thing is that they're just like, well, or they used to be. I don't know what they're like now, because obviously they are in the process of selling the company or have sold the company. It's like a case of, okay, Stream Elements, we don't care what we owe people anymore. Fuck it.
You little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the follow. I won't call you out just in case you're lurking, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's hilarious. I'm glad that there we go. Pole dancing Gandalf. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate that. Thou shalt not twerk. That's a shame. That's a shame. Actually, you're right though. I won't work on account of the fact that my ass is non-existent. You know, I am a runt of a human being. I love it though. I love it. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Oh, amazing. Amazing.
Nurse.
Exactly. That's how I always greet the nurses. How you doing, Malthus? Thank you so much for the 200 little panderings. I appreciate that. God damn it. What is going on? It's a bloody Wednesday, friends. It's a bloody Wednesday. Goth Sable, how you doing? How's it going? Thank you so much for thanking Jester Fraud there. Yeah, the whole Stream Elements thing. I don't know what they're doing. They're selling the company. I don't exactly know how they've managed to go fucking bankrupt effectively with the amount of money that they've kept from streamers. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm kind of glad to see them go.
You subscribed. Most kind.
Safbridge as well for the 6 months in advance? What's going on here? What's happening? What is occurring? Is there some kind of magic shenanigans going on here that I'm not entirely sure of? I'm not aware of? Has somebody been spreading around rumors? What is this? What is this? Thank you so much. 6 months in advance. Oh my giddy aunt. That is very, very kind of you, beautiful queen. Let me inscribe your name upon the mirror of vein. Get loved? I am like a bukkake wet dream right now with the amount of love that I'm receiving, Tembar. That is wild. Thank you so much for coming in with the 6 months, taking us that one step closer to the 70-30 split for 6 months. That is wild. That is actually wild. Wow, that's mind-blowing. Friends, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I have inscribed your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Cheeky little devil you are. God damn it. God damn it. Tigger, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like, Clement Cheeky? Says Jester Fraud, I will answer your schmex question as soon as the train has choo-chooed the fuck out of here, you beautiful bean. With all the hype. Tech, how you doing? How's it going? With all the hype, we need someone to teach us the best dance moves. Well, don't worry. Don't worry. I have seen that pole dancing Gandalf is here. All right. Thank you, fellow anti-Saruman follower. What? What happened there, pole dancing Gandalf? You and Saruman were the greatest of friends. You used to do like duos on the pole dancing competitions. Yeah, there was that beautiful piece where you strummed each other's beards in an alluring fashion with your 10-inch pleasers and your very interesting crotch pockets. I saw it. I was marveling at it. And then weirdly, Saruman like bent over, spread his cheeks, and there was the Eye of Sauron. It was a very unnerving scenario, I have to say. Wasn't ready for it myself. Wasn't ready for it. Definitely deducted you some points in the competition, I have to say. The Hobbiton pole dancing competition, you know? I am totally just writing your lore right now. I'm just like, yep, there we go. That's the whole thing that I'm doing. Let's do it. Let's do it. Get involved. How's it going, Eris? How you doing, you beautiful beings? Friends, if you have got hype train emotes, could you please throw them out now to say a massive thank you to all those people that subbed, the gifted sub, that threw all those cheeky little bitties out there. I would really, really appreciate it. I'm just going to throw as many as possible that I have got here until Twitch tells me I can't do any more. How many different ones can I get?
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Historical fact.
Ooh.
Today in 1933 the first solo flight around the world was completed by Wiley Post. The actual flight took 7 days and 19 hours.
Well, shit. Well, shit. Thank you very much for that historical fact there, Zabadian. Where does Amy Johnson fit into that? Because Amy Johnson comes from my hometown, and I know that she did. I think she was like the first woman to fly across the world or around the world or something like that. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Starting to get a migraine, so you'll be lurking soon. No worries, buddy. No worries at all. Please look after yourself. Thank you so much for choosing to pop in and share with us a historical fact with your 90 stream streak as well. Good lord. Good lord, you beautiful being. Let me have a look-see. Alicia, hello, you beautiful individual. I just want to try and catch up with chat a wee bit before I answer Jester Fraud's statement or question. Qualia, hello, you beautiful individual. You can throw it back even if you don't have much there. I believe in you. I could do that. However, because of the fact that I shaved today, I'm not wearing any underwear, and that would get me banned off Twitch. You know, take it like the good boy you are. I am a good boy, a very, very good boy. Woke up a bit ago. Normally would be at work, but got a tummy bug. Oh god! So there's a lot of tummy bugs going around my hometown at the moment. A lot of people have been getting things. I've seemed to have missed it, but I definitely know quite a few people have been hit by it. Passed out hard. Woke up. I'm eating pizza rolls and hydrating. Good. Glad that you're doing that. Lots of electrolytes as well, you know. Jam, I don't actually think I said hello to you, but hello, you beautiful individual. Mostly just hate ads, which is understandable. So now I don't have to see them for a while, and you get supported. I really appreciate that, Knitting Wolf. I also fucking hate ads, but I completely get it. By the way, I've said this before. If you are in somebody else's stream, obviously you've subscribed here now, which is very, very kind of you, and I really appreciate that. If you're in somebody else's screen, okay, or stream, excuse me, and the video is playing like this, and then adverts take over the entire screen, but this whole video minimizes and like shrinks above chat, it is possible, and this is a Twitch feature, so I don't feel bad about sharing this information. It is possible to hover over the screen and click on the pop out, and you can pop it out and listen to the stream without missing anything while the adverts are going on in the background. Okay, that is a Twitch feature, so I do not feel bad about sharing that information. Okay. God damn it! What? You did not, but I recognize I'm basically part of the furniture. Here, have a mild annoyance. Rude. Panda
to Mago.
God damn it,
Panda to it. Panda to it.
Historical fact. Not today in 1933
Okay.
Amy Johnson became the first woman to fly solo from England to Australia. She arrived in Darwin on the 24th of May.
There we go. I knew she was a glorious human being in some way, shape, or form. there's statues of her around the hometown. Thank you so much for sharing that information, Zabadi, and that is very, very kind of you. Amy Johnson is a wonderful, well, certainly seems to have been a wonderful, wonderful being, you know. And didn't take no shit from men, and we love to hear it. We love to hear it. Sometimes a cake is more of a cupcake, and that's great. Yeah, why not? Why not? Absolutely. Absolutely. Saruman is an evil wizard. He doesn't twerk. He does the twerk with Gollum? Oh, my lordy. I can't imagine Gollum throwing back that cake, though. I can't imagine that. I'm game for it, but I can't imagine it. You know? That's an unpleasant thought of Gollum now. My sister-in-law had her hen do recently, her bachelorette party, and one of the costume ideas was they were all going to dress as like elegant elves and fantasy creatures, because she is quite a fan of Lord of the Rings, and one of them went as Gollum. The rest of them looked beautiful, elegant, and what have you, and one of them turned up in like a flesh-colored morph suit with the face cut out of it and a little loincloth, and I was like, this is excellent. That person deserves an award. What a phenomenal idea, you know? Legend, absolutely. How's it going, Nibbering? How you doing, you beautiful being? J2, how's it going, you jiggy devil? Coming to Valen, going Gollum, throwing back that cake. Okay, another normal day. Standard sort of thing, you know. Brain weasels are making it difficult to function today, but I can't complain otherwise. I'm glad that you are able to categorize it that way, Eris, you beautiful being. I hope the brain weasels fuck off at the earliest opportunity, you beautiful being. Faye going to the butchers. You're home from going to the butchers? All right, okay. No worries, Sparky Crows. You take it easy. Got 3 steaks and cheeseburgers, 3 pork and apple burgers, 2 steak, cheese, smoke, lots of meat. That's what I'm getting from that. Lots and lots of meat. You got a lot of meat. I'm glad that you enjoy your meat. Zemka, hello, you beautiful, and welcome on in. Lurk, so go chalk up your mankini. I'm glad to hear it. Nobody likes chafing from the mankini, pole dancing Gandalf. Nobody needs that in their life, you know? Having won many mankinis before, I completely concur and agree with this statement. You know? This tip has helped me so much since you told me about it. Can't remember what I said now. Oh, the thingy. Yeah, absolutely. The pop out option. Can I spontaneously find somebody that I can show you? No. Unfortunately, it's maybe like closer to the hour we might be able to get one. But yeah. Just go do that while I'm here. Unfortunately, the problem is I can't like accurately guess when the like when adverts are going to roll, otherwise I'd be able to show you. I've tried to record it a few times, just like a video of it, so I can give people an example, but I've not been able to do so, unfortunately. I've not been able to do so. But yeah, hopefully that'll help people not miss out on content. Gonna defy myself once again and hope it fixes the brain. I'm glad to hear it. Sometimes you just got to march on regardless of what the brain is saying, and that can be extremely difficult at times, for sure. How would you make Gollum a sexy outfit? You know the kind. Would it just be a massive strap on under the loincloth? I don't know. I reckon I could see Gollum in like a leather harness. Like a leather harness and maybe a pup hood. And a little leather spiky codpiece. No, a leather codpiece with a zip on it. Yeah. That's what I'm expecting from this. Pop out during the ads. Yeah. Thank you very much for reminding me of the context. I appreciate it. Need to hear the joke. The Sparky Crows. Val needs to hear the joke. No, I don't. No, I don't. That isn't. No, I don't. I don't need to hear jokes. That's a lie. That is a straight up lie. I don't need that. Nah. No. That is not required in my life. No. Get a pop-up for Stream Rewind also. Yeah, so Twitch have been putting their own adverts into the ad roster, as it were. So there will be a few other ads like popping up and stuff, depending on what they're doing, what's going on, you know. Sometimes it really is funny if you think in pictures. Oh, I absolutely do. Knitting Wolf. In fact, to be honest with you, the Knitting Wolf, I have been told that my voice is one of those voices that has such a tone, the way I describe things, that if you are a person that does imagine in pictures, think in pictures, you can't help but imagine what I'm saying. And sometimes that is not always for the best, you know? I just like to give Gollum a few good meals and somewhere warm to sleep for a while. Yeah, there's definitely... I will say, though, the thing that the movies definitely did... Like, we're ignoring the Hobbit movies, because the Hobbit movies can shut the fuck up. It made sense to have a trilogy for the Lord of the Rings, because it was a trilogy of books. Having a movie per book makes complete sense. Extending the Hobbit from a tiny, tiny book into 3 movies was the stupidest money-grabbing thing they could have done. But either way... ignoring the Hobbit movies, just the Lord of the Rings movies, the one thing they did make happen was they really gave some sympathy, some empathy maybe, to Gollum's character. Like, you could empathize with how they had fallen the way they had, you know? Want to hear a dirty joke? I am begrudged to say yes. Sparky Crows, I am begrudged, I tell you. I think it's going to be a terrible, terrible dad joke. Especially...
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Paladari, you beautiful mean.
60 more to go.
60 more to go, indeed, but also 9 months means that we have got a Twitch baby. What's our Twitch baby called, you cheeky devil? What are we going to call our Twitch baby, you beautiful bean? Specifically because of the fact that Eris is encouraging that joke means that it's going to be a terrible dad joke. If Eris is encouraging it, it's going to be awful. How's it going, Bionic Bearman? How you doing? Paladari, you beautiful being, coming in for the 9 months. I will now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil, and of course you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? Rude, but where's the lie, Eris, alright? Rude, but where is the lie, okay? Are you my little toe? Because I want to bang you on every piece of furniture in the house. Oh my God. Oh my God, Sparky. Good Lord. Zeebs, Master of Puns, how you doing? How's it going? What an unfortunate day to be good at visualizing. I know, Loki. I know. It's wild, isn't it? What are you dressed as? Gollum after stumbling into a kink of her own wardrobe. Exactly. Exactly.
Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. I feel like I might know you from somewhere as well. But welcome on in. How you doing? Your name is ringing bells to me. I won't call you out though in case you're lurking, but maybe some ring around the ring for them to reach through the one ring. Oh my God, my brain can't cope with that many rings, which is surprising because normally I'm there. From Ruby, I thought so. I thought so, Candy. How you doing, you beautiful bean? How's it going? I was like, I'm sure that's Ruby's friend, but just in case they're not, just wasn't entirely sure, you know. Don't like to assume, because to assume makes an ass of you and me. How you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in, welcome on in. Where was I? You have a really good voice, I agree. That's why I came over from the book platform. I appreciate that. We're going to be doing some books in the near future. We have got, first of all, we're going to be reading Call of Cthulhu and potentially another couple of H.P. Lovecraft's works. And then at a later date, we'll be doing the first few chapters of Dracula, which is going to be interesting because Dracula was written well over 100 years ago now, and the form of writing is very of its time. And I don't just mean racist, but I mean like they used to write in letters, which was different. But yeah, we're going to be doing a couple of audiobook streams. I don't know. It turns out that they've got rid of the audiobook category in Twitch, which I was surprised at. So I don't know whether we're going to sit in just chatting or whether we might dabble into the realms of ASMR, and we'll create a bit of an atmosphere. I'm an atmosphere person. So I'm going to look at getting like a little soundboard together where I can start like making soundscapes while we're going through the book. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like, I think it could be quite fun. Either way. Where was I? I can confirm I'm a hyper-visualizer. I get vivid in here sometimes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I have no regret. All right? Not a single one. Good fan edits of the Hobbit movie that cut out the extra junk. That sounds great. Honestly, I'd be well up for that. We should do a movie night with the fan edit of the Hobbit movie where it cuts out everything that wasn't in the book. You know? All good, thank you. Didn't realize that you streamed. You were in my suggestions. My lordy. Yeah, I've been doing this too long. I've been doing this almost as long as Ruby has. So it's been a long old time. But I'm glad. That we've cavalcaded ourselves across your suggestions. You were like, oh, hold on a minute. I know that pretentiously beautiful-eyed individual with the tantalizing voice. Oh, veteran. Yeah, I've been doing this. Actually, now I think about it, I've been doing this nearly 8 years. I was like 7 years. But actually, I think end of September, it's like 8 years. Wild times. I haven't committed to anything for longer than that before. Where was I? There we go. How's it going, Bama? How you doing? You can do my sex question today or come up with a great excuse not to. Jam Brain, I already refunded you all of the points. I felt guilty about the fact that you'd already been waiting like 2 weeks. I was just like, hey, have your points back. If you ask me again in the future, then you ask me again in the future. It's all good and dandy. Jester Fraud, are you still here though, you beautiful being? You still here, you cheeky devil? 8-year stream party? It's going to be wild. It's going to be a whole thing. Especially as next year for my 9 years, it's also my 40th birthday, which is going to be really next level. I'm going to hire out a nightclub and decorate it all, and it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Scar, how you doing? How's it going? You're excited for Dracula? I'm quite intrigued by Dracula. I've not read Dracula before, so I'm intrigued by how that's going to go. Sounds great. Yeah. We love a visual and theme. Absolutely. Makes things way more fun. I'm a big fan of atmosphere. That's the way I work, is atmosphere. I'm like, right, how can I build an atmosphere? How can I look when we're doing the wonderful audiobook stuff? We will absolutely be muting. We'll have the alerts. I think the alerts can show, but we'll mute them so that nobody can actually hear them. So they can pop up and people can still do it. But then I really want to get into like creating an entire atmosphere. We'll get some nice lighting going on, maybe some visual effects. I'm not entirely sure. I'll see how I feel. See how much time I've got. It's not how I feel. It's how much time I have to prepare, you know? To prepare. Speaking of which, tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. BST and Sunday evening at 7 p.m. BST, we'll be playing the Labyrinth roleplay book. For those people that I don't normally stream on Thursdays or Sundays, but you wonderful individuals smash donation goals, so now we are going to be doing this. I have ordered an outfit. I don't know how well it's going to look by the time it arrives, but it will be a Jareth the Goblin King outfit. I will be looking like Jareth the Goblin King. I didn't have a spare £1,000 to spend on a really good version, so I am jumping into my wardrobe of Narnia, finding Mr. Tumnus wearing a harness, and asking him what the fuck I can find to be able to wear it. But I've ordered some stuff. I've ordered a new wig. for Jareth. I've ordered some new leggings. Some new very tightly fitting leggings. So I need to go find my dance pants so that Twitch don't ban me for being able to see the veins on my spindly goblin cock. But it should be good. I reckon it'll be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow, 7 p.m. BST. It'll be good. And if you're not here for that, that's all right. The VOD will be available on the VOD's channel. Do you know what I mean? It'll all be there. The Tina Turner wig works for Jareth. So I've ordered a similar style wig, but I need to... There's too much hair in those styles of wig, in those sort of like spiky mullets for Jareth's entire dynamic. I also need to go get some glitter. Of course, everyone needs glitter for doing a Jareth cosplay, you know what I mean? That just needs to happen. Work done for the day, now to enjoy the stream and finally get some more work done on this blanket I'm crocheting. Ooh, is it a swear blanket, Tigger? The community made me a swear blanket, which they crocheted little patches of swear words and then stitched them all together to make me a very, very cool blanket that I've got in the other room currently. You know what I mean? I did a rewatch of both The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings and forgot how much I shout at the films. That is fair. The Hobbit is just money grabbing. The Lord of the Rings movies, very, very cool. Are they different from the books? 110%. But the books are drier than a fucking flip-flop in the desert. All right? It takes... When you're spending 5 fucking pages talking about the way a flower looks, I have better things to do with my time. All right? So I appreciate the movies for streamlining some of the books and adding a little bit of content, like a little bit of variation to the books. In exactly the same way that I appreciate the... Interview with the Vampire TV series. It's not the books. It's a different interpretation from the books, but it is still quite good. Do you know what I mean? It's still a good one. The Hobbit, however, it's like 1 book per movie. I can understand with Lord of the Rings. When you're taking the smallest book, The Hobbit, that is actually smaller than every single one of the Lord of the Rings books, and making that into 3 movies and milking that wonderful capitalism teat. Just fucking milking the teats. There you go. That's all you need. Oh, a little bit more money. The Hobbit could have easily been... The Hobbit could have been 1 movie. 1 movie. That's all it needed. It needed 1 movie. Absolutely didn't need half that shit. In fact, longer than half that shit. It didn't need 2/3 of that shit. In my personal opinion. You could have cut out all that shit. It could have been 1 movie and it would have been a good movie. Genuinely would have been a good movie. But they were dedicated to milking that teat. You know what I mean? More vodka in the toothpaste? Oh god no. A-stream vibe. Apart from Ken? Aside from Ken, what do you mean, Eris, in regards to aside from Ken? More vodka in the toothpaste? No. I mean, we will. So the 3 parties we tend to have a year, or technically speaking, the 4 parties on stream that we have a year. When I have my partnerversary, which is like March, April time. My birthday party, which is the one that we've just had last week. My streamiversary party. So we celebrate when I turned partner, when my birthday is, when my streamiversary is, like literally the day that I first press go live, and then there's Vanemas. But Vanemas I have nothing to do with, and that's in December. So we technically have like a party every quarter, and it gets delightfully messy. We'll be doing some description of celebration, I would imagine, when we hit 10,000 followers, potentially, which we are at 8,645 currently. I don't have my follower numbers on. I don't like to know. Who many, like who's here. Don't like to know any of the metrics while I'm live. You know what I mean? GDI. This is going to be epic. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Glitter her P3s of crating. Excuse me, Candy Valentina. Explain yourself. What do you mean? Who am I? Whose P3s am I glittering? Glitter gets everywhere. Terrible stuff. And yet, I'm going to Pride on Saturday, so it's going to be a lot of glitter, I would imagine. fully expecting to be covered in glitter by the end of the day, for sure. For sure. Actually, for you, doggo. Okay. I made the necklace thing out of paper mache. The rest of the costume wasn't too bad. Love this. I have the necklace up somewhere. Ooh, I need to go find that, actually. That's a good point. Be in one of my many fancy dress boxes, you know? Because she is my baby and she is spoilt. How dare you? How dare you spoil them? You spoil me, though, so I can't complain too much. Do you know what I mean? I also need to announce that Twitch hasn't fucked with my streak this one time, and I actually reached desired 69 today. Finally, I can go back to not caring forever. Congratulations, Nibirin! Congratulations. You have arrived. You have arrived. You have come 69 times. Appreciate this. Appreciate this a lot. There we go. There we go. I love it when people come 69 times. It's very nice of you. Thank you very much, Nimrin, for 69 stream streak. Jesus Christ. Who else did we have? We had Zibadian with the 70 stream streak. And that's the only streaking we've had today. Interesting. I was blessed to see the Labyrinth in the cinema earlier this year. Knew the amount of glitter they had used on set, but it was so wondrous actually seeing it on the big screen. So yes, glitter lots. Southbridge, I actually had the great joy. Classic Chunk took me for my birthday last year, to go see Labyrinth in concert, which is where they play the movie in the background, but they have a live band in the front on the stage, and the live band play the score to the movie. So they just cut all the music out of the movie. So they play all of the ambient music and Bowie's wonderful songs and stuff as well. You know what I mean? Doing things for that long. Ken and the stream are close together. Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. I have been doing Ken for 10 years. Touche. Yeah, fucking hell. What about that? The main thing in The Hobbit is the cave scene between Bilbo and Smeagol anyway. The rest is fluff. Yes. The thing that got me about The Hobbit is the fact that the first movie, like the entire book is like, what? 20 chapters long? Not even that. It's like 15 chapters or something like that. The first movie is like 8 chapters that they have crammed into the movie. And it's like, fucking hell. I remember coming to the end of the first movie and being like, what the fuck are they going to put in the rest of the movies? What the fuck? The second movie, for 3 hours, they have milked out two chapters. And then the last chapters are in the last movie. And it's just like, where did this what is this? The second movie was slow. Yeah, because they were literally just filling. The whole of the second movie was filler. That is literally all it was. It was just filler, you know? Honestly, glitter is worse than sand. I could see that. I could see that, Candy. I feel maybe. I don't know. I was in Porto last weekend. No, the weekend before last. And the sand was pretty brutal there. It felt very sharp. Felt like industrial sand that it just poured on the beach, you know. So that was a whole thing. Maybe I've just got more recent memories and I'm like, oh god, you know. How's it going, Lunicon? How you doing, Cheek Devil? As soon as you use it, that's it. It's just a part of you forever. I have definitely found like flakes of glitter nestled in my ass crack like weeks later, months later, maybe even years later. I can't guarantee it. Do you know what I mean? Jester Frog, thank you very much for saying you're just still here 34 minutes ago. First of all, before you do that, you are a subscriber. That's great. Friends, an advert is about to start. Please be aware if this entire screen shrinks down to like above the chat, you can pop that screen out so that you don't miss any of the conversation. All right, that is a Twitch feature, so I don't feel bad about talking about it. If you don't give a shit about the adverts will play anyway. Thank you so much for those people who are watching through the adverts because it helps me out as a streamer, because I get a little bit of ad revenue from it and what have you. But if the entire thing shrinks down and pops up above the chat, on the desktop mode at the very least, you can pop that out and still take part in the conversation. All right. Absolute filth is so 3 though. Is this, when you say P3S, is that like an AO3 scenario? Are we talking smut? Are you talking smut in my chat? I can only encourage and approve of this. Do you know what I mean? Didn't know that was a thing. It never used to. It's a thing. I use it all the time. All the time. I did know it's on Firefox only. Interesting. I've done it on Opera before, and that's a Chrome-based one. Didn't think I would be allowed to type herpes. Honestly, the idea of calling... I think that's offensive to people with herpes. I think that's offensive. At least with herpes, you can get it treated. At least with herpes, you can get it treated. Okay? Look. Right, Jester Fraud. You asked me a sex question. While the adverts are going on, I'll happily answer this. I heard recently that choking at any intensity can have unexpected long-term detriments. Do you know anything about this? Okay. Jester, are you still here so that I make sure that you haven't been caught up? I think you're a subscriber, so I want to make sure that you haven't been caught in ad authoring. You are fantastic. Oh, this is a conversation. First and foremost, if you are choking correctly... Okay, no, let me preface this by covering myself legally. Legally, any description of bodily harm cannot be consented to. Whether that be choking, or spanking, or flogging, or heat play, or temperature play in general, or knife play, any description of bodily harm cannot be consented to, legally speaking. Okay? So there is no scenario in which you are legally exempt by being like, oh, well, they consented to it. Let me be very clear. That certainly in this country, and I'm pretty sure it is for Europe and America as well. Okay? To cover off that first and foremost. How's it going, Pixie Gloom? Hope you're doing well, friend. Now that that's been said, there are ways to more safely choke somebody. It's got no pressure here, no pressure across the windpipe. It's all to do with the veins that are at the side of the neck. And if you restrict those veins, you restrict the blood flow to the brain. That can cause somebody to be quite lightheaded. It can cause an accentuation of the experience, of the intimate experience, okay? Very brain drain, but doing okay. I'm glad you're doing all right. I'm doing all right, thank you very much. Let me finish my thought process on that one first, because that's the whole thing. So yeah, you can, the way that choking is meant to work in regards to an intimate dynamic is you restrict the blood flow at the side of the neck. That restricts the blood flow to the brain and can accentuate the entire experience of intimacy. However, many people don't know how to do it properly and do it incorrectly. Many people see it on pornography and think, oh, I'll imitate that, and then cause problems by, like you say, putting pressure on somebody's windpipe or something like that. Or they hold the veins for too long and stuff like that. So it's been a while since I've got into this. I know the information is varied. I know that 3 minutes of lack of oxygen to the brain can cause somebody to fall unconscious. So I'm not going to turn around and say, in fact, it's a really stupid idea to say how to do something that is technically illegal on this stream. Fuck. This one's a really hard one for me because I want to be able to educate you all properly on how to safely do the act, but because the act is technically illegal, I could be prosecuted for sharing that information. Does that make sense? For those people that have come back from the adverts, we're talking about choking in an intimate dynamic. I have prefaced this by saying that legally, you can never ever consent to bodily harm. Even the safe way of doing it isn't free from harm. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. There is, when you say, the question was, I heard recently that choking at any intensity can have unexpected long-term detriments. Do you know anything about this? I personally do know about this. I would say that there is always a risk. In fact, regardless of it, if you are engaging in any description of kink that involves people consenting to some description of rough play, whether that be impact, whether that be choking, whether that be temperature, etc., etc., there is always a risk. There is always a risk. That is that, okay? Because you don't entirely know somebody's like medical history, you don't know what's going on. They might not know that they've got something going on in their system. There's a whole lot of shit around that. I would say that if it's something that you and a consenting partner are interested in, first of all, you both fully understand that legally speaking, you cannot consent to bodily harm, especially like when it comes to something like choking. That is not something that can be legally consented to. Secondly, do your fucking research. Do your research. There are plenty of websites out there that are happy to share that information. Plenty of places where you can get that information from people, and take things very, very slowly. See how you feel about bits and pieces. Make sure that, again, the main safety issues, never, ever, ever, ever restrict the windpipe under any circumstances. It's all about pressure on the side of the neck, the pressure on the veins that go up the side of the neck, and it's all, the theory behind it is all about restricting blood flow to the brain, which accentuates the experience. Is there anything else I can say? Yeah, be careful about pressure. Be careful about, it's not about pressure, it's about restriction in a safe dynamic. Make sure you have got open, clear, honest communication. Also, make sure, leave it here. I'm not going to leave it there just yet, Mel, because there's something else I do want to say in regards to all kink dynamics. If you are doing anything that involves a gag or somebody not being able to speak, and this would include choking, for example, make sure that that person has a signal that they can do as like a safety signal. Instead of a safe word, a safe signal. Whether that be tapping on something, or 3 taps are usually good, yeah. 3 taps are done. That's usually pretty good. Or waving in a very specific way. Handheld bell, yeah, absolutely. All of these things are definitely possibilities. So just be very, very, very clear. You know what I mean? The law really needs to stop inserting itself between what consenting adults do together. I understand why the law is there, though, Max. The law is specifically there because of how many domestic violence cases there are. I can't say about everywhere, but I would imagine it will be everywhere, where somebody has turned around and gone, oh, well, they consented. We were just having a bit of rough sex. That's the problem. The reason why the laws exist the way that they do, as much as I completely agree, in an ideal society, domestic violence wouldn't be a fucking thing, and people would be able to do whatever the fuck they want. But because there are so many situations where people do use domestic violence and then try and excuse it by being like, oh, they just wanted it rough. Like, that's where the problem is there. Do you know what I mean? It's a difficult one, and it's infuriating because I completely agree. I think consenting adults should be able to do whatever the fuck they want in the privacy of their own bedrooms. But I also understand like how many people are out there that use it as an excuse, use consent or consenting dynamics. Do you know what I mean? It takes both people to say that they consented, not just one. Yes, completely agree. The issue with that is the fact that if somebody withdraws consent after the fact, and I'm not talking about during, I'm not talking about like before or during or anything like that. I'm talking about like a couple of weeks down the line, they go, oh, fucking hell, do you know what? I don't like this. Or there have been cases, very few, and I'm not saying, let me preface this by saying that everybody should have believed victims first. Believe victims first. End of fucking story. But I know that there have been cases, because I've read them, where people have used stuff like that as a way to trap people, but as a way to punish people. Oh, well, you're being a dickhead to me, so I'm going to say these things about you. And unfortunately, because first of all, vile people exist who do commit like sexual assault and any description of assault, but also because there are people out there who will lie in order to get somebody else into trouble. It makes everything like the safest bet is to just turn around and say, right, let's no choking under any circumstances at all. That's just not allowed. And it's like, I hate it because I am partial to a little rough and tumble with consenting adults myself, but I understand it. Do you know what I mean? I completely get where you're coming from, Max, and I honestly completely agree with you. But it's one of those fucking shit, but people will use that as an excuse to do horrible fucking things to each other, you know? It's really shit. It's really shit. Let me catch up with chat a wee bit. Use Firefox and use Shrine Q off, but I didn't know that you could click and bring it back. Yeah, certainly can. Certainly can. Absolutely. 3 large cardboard boxes full of glitter. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Not more glitter. Only use Chrome Cozier browser and Firefox, so didn't know, but it's never shown up for Ken for me on Chrome for you. Interesting. Interesting. How you doing, Pixie Gloom? Can I get a shout out for Pixie Gloom, please? I would appreciate that. Valen went, let me cover my bases legally. And my bro went, oh, paying attention here now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Never ever put any pressure on someone's windpipe 100%. People go check out this delightful cherub of a human being. Look at this wonderful, wonderful being. They're glorious and happy-go-lucky and spectacular. I haven't managed to catch any of your streams yet, Pixie Gloom, but I have been keeping up with your Instagram contents. Your Instagram shenanigans. So I hope you're keeping well. Hope you're keeping well. Even the safe way of doing it isn't free from harm. Completely agree. Completely agree. I'm genuinely shocked that it's illegal. Yeah, so it was a very interesting one because I didn't think it was illegal, Max.
You followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. I genuinely didn't think it was illegal, strangulation in the bedroom or choking in the bedroom. I didn't think it was illegal until there was a court ruling in the UK a little while ago where they were talking about making choking in porn illegal, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I kicked off. I was like, no, what the fuck is going on? Why would people do it? Oh my god, Jesus Christ, this is awful, absolutely awful. And then I learned that it was one of the very, very few situations where legally it wasn't allowed between members of the public, but it was allowed in pornography. It was like, it's allowed to be shown in pornography, despite the fact that it is an illegal act amongst members of the public. And I was like, oh, I'm going to have to look into this a little bit further. I'm going to have to look into this a little bit further because that's a whole thing. And it's also a little bit stupid anyway, because all they've done is you're not allowed to film. If you are filming in the United Kingdom, you are not allowed to film choking stuff. And if I remember correctly, if you go through the Online Safety Act, which you definitely should do, oh yes, you should 100% do the Online Safety Act if you are watching any description of illicit materials. Yes, oh yes. If you put in your ID and go through the dynamic, go through the whole legal shenanigans of watching pornography in the United Kingdom, that you are not allowed to watch it, or it should be restricted, and if they find that you are watching it, then you can be held accountable. Not that they're ever going to find that you're watching it unless you are investigated for other such dynamics. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Generally speaking though, Max, I completely agree with you that the law shouldn't be fucking dictating what consenting adults are or are not doing in the bedroom. That is between consenting adults and them only. Do you know what I mean? But I understand, as much as I disagree with it, I understand where it's come from. Exercise caution is always, and do research. Harm is not worth a few minutes of fun. Agreed. Don't do anything on a recorded platform, in my opinion. I'm agreeing with you, generally speaking, yeah. Which is the reason why I didn't want to... I'm not going to go into techniques of how best to safely choke somebody in the bedroom when you are a consenting adult with another consenting adult, because that would be like me telling people how to make their own crack pipe in regards to legalities. But I will say that if you are going to do it, be aware of the risks, both physically and legally. Be aware of the basics of safety in regards to the windpipe and what have you, and just do your research and do it. It's one of those things that you need to ease yourselves into slowly. Ease yourselves into it slowly, you know. Make sure you got your safe words and or safe signals, you know. You can get a similar but not identical effect if you hang your head upside down, for example, at the end of the bed. Yeah, I suppose it is quite similar. Yeah, I suppose that's quite similar, for sure. Combination of being really fucking risky, but also being thought not to be risky, for sure. The law really needs to stop. Yeah, that's what we're literally just talking about. Also, if you are interested in kinks that might result in harm, bondage, wax play, breath play, knife play, impact play, etc., no matter if you are on the giving or the receiving end, do your research into the risks and have safety gears / items, etc. on hand during the scene. Also begin slowly and ease into it. Completely agree. All of the above. Anything that says no, stop, no more, that is agreed beforehand, always talk about it beforehand. Absolutely. I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to any dynamic, whether it be the most vanilla of vanilla sex or the kinkiest fucking shit you've ever done, I would say that you should always talk about it beforehand. You should always talk about the dynamics, the boundaries, where people feel comfortable, etc. That's the only way to really gauge and get informed consent on everything that goes on, you know? Druidess of Midian, how you doing? How's it going? Thanks for answering to the extent that you can. Greatly appreciated. You are very, very welcome. Very, very welcome. Also, it's really fucking dangerous compared to the risks people think it has. Yes. Yeah. Depriving the brain of oxygen is really fucking dangerous. It is very, very fucking dangerous. End of story. Not to mention, like, restricting blood flow can cause blood clotting in very specific medical circumstances and what have you. So yeah, do your research, make sure everything's comfortable, etc. People can be very unpredictable and scary. They most certainly fucking can, for sure. Even if they haven't given the sign, if you are worried or feel that you may have gone too far, you can stop too as a dominant. Oh, fuck yeah. Jesus Christ, absolutely. I am always checking in with submissives. Always. If I've got a sub on the table or the bench or fucking strung up doing whatever, I am always checking in. Always checking in. How you doing? How's it going? How does that feel? You doing all right? Doing okay? Can you give me a color? Color as in green, keep going. Orange, that's where my limit's at, but I'm not ready to stop yet. Red, stop immediately. Can you give me a color? How you feeling? Always checking in. Absolutely. It is a shared experience. It is not just one or the other, you know? There are discussions of chokeholds in some martial arts that can be researched also, most certainly. Also, in regards to martial art competitions and regulations, those things are probably very good for things like that because they will have to take into consideration the height of safety. You know? It's also okay to check in with the person receiving that you are handling. If you are handing it out, it is also possible to do that in a way that does not break the scene. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. Rebgresh writing all the deets there, yeah. You good as a streamer, we spend lots of time on platform, easy to burn out, or you good? No, that's absolutely 100%. Allowed in media, but not in reality. Seems like a wild choice. It's one of the rare scenarios, Pixie Gloom, because generally speaking, when it comes to pornography, the rules and regulations around pornography are usually significantly more stringent and strict than they ever will be in regards to legalities. Like, they are so strict and so stringent so that people effectively are never going to be in a situation where they have a film of themselves and it's just like, behold the evidence against this person. It's like, yeah, but everyone was consenting, everyone was fine and dandy. Yeah, but you did this one thing that is illegal where you filmed it, etc. Like, rules and regulations around porn are extremely fucking stringent. That was like a weird sort of loophole that people seem to have got through. So it was like, oh, okay, this is different. Which is why it shocked me when they were like, let's make it illegal. And I'm like, why? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's not legal anywhere. Why are you doing this? Why are you just hating on everyone just having a good time? Oh, it is illegal. Oh, okay. Color me intrigued. This is new. I'm not ready for this. Let's go. Let's have a look into this, you know? I can see how claiming one is a performance or a sport rather than just sex could work. Yeah, absolutely. The retrospective consent withdrawing issue has resulted in trans women ending up doing time in male jails where a partner has retrospectively decided they were tricked into sex with a man, which is now a crime. Yep. It's awful. It's absolutely fucking awful, Max. Completely fucking agree. It's horrific shit. Many years ago, I was out with a group of friends, and one of my friends was flirting with this young lady, and they were both tipsy, but they weren't drunk by any stretch of the imagination. Or they certainly didn't appear to be from my perspective. I will be open and honest, and this is from my perspective. The lady propositioned the man. This like dynamic. The lady propositioned the man, was like, "Hey, do you want to come to the toilets with me?" They got it on. They did their business, and they came out, and the rest of the night was fine. The rest of the night was all fun and games. They had a bit of a laugh, all shits and giggles, fun and games, bits and pieces. A few days later, well, okay, let me say what I saw first, which was I saw the girl go back to her group of friends. One of her group of friends had a massive go at her, and then we just sort of like carried on with the night. And it was like, okay, where's that come from? Where's it going? What's the situation there? Didn't really fucking know. A few days later, my friend got not a friend anymore, just because I haven't, like, distances parted us or what have you. But a few days later, he got a knock at the door from the police saying, you have sexually assaulted this person. And he was mortified. He was absolutely fucking mortified. He was like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, we were all having a good time. Like, she propositioned me, like, all of this stuff. And from what I can gather, and this is my only perception on it, I can say how mortified my fucking friend was because he thought everything was consensual. But and it never went to court or anything like that. It didn't go anywhere, etc. But from my perspective, it certainly seemed like everything was consensual until this girl's friend had a go at her And then she felt so fucking guilty about the situation that she decided to withdraw consent in the future, like from a hindsight point of view. Like I say, 99.999999% of the time, I am always like I believe the victim, but I was there in that circumstance, and that isn't how it seemed to me when I physically witnessed the situation, and I know how much it fucking absolutely destroyed my friend. To like he became a fucking shell of himself because he thought, he was like constantly questioning, did I do anything wrong? Like, what the fuck happened? I thought it was all consensual. Like, she led me into the toilets. Am I going insane? Am I just Mandela affecting it? Like, did that happen the way and I'm like, yeah, it did. Like, we were all there. None of us were fucking obliterated. Like, we'd had a couple of drinks, but nobody was fucking drunk. Everyone seemed to be a-okay and fine and dandy. The issue was when she went back to her friends, group of friends, and was all smiling, all fine and dandy, and then a friend had a fucking go at her. And then after that point, the mood sort of changed a little bit, and it was like, what the fuck is going on here? So I am very much always believe the victim person, but that scenario plays in my mind when I am aware of like retrospective withdrawing of consent. It's like, it was consensual initially, consent was checked in, it was consent during, everything was fine and dandy, and then a few days later somebody feels guilty, or they've been pressured, or they don't like it, and then they're like, oh no, actually I didn't consent to that. And it's like, what the fuck? You can admit that it's a mistake. You can turn around and be like, do you know what, I shouldn't have fucking done that. I consented to it. I consented and went through the entire dynamic, but it was a mistake. That was shitty of me to have done that. Like, I shouldn't have done that. But don't then turn around and be like, oh no, I'm withdrawing that in retrospect, because then that puts, first of all, it puts everyone involved in a fucking shit situation, and second of all, it also makes it harder to prosecute genuinely non-consensual scenarios, because it muddies the fucking water. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it really, as you can tell, it pisses me off a little bit, and it makes it very difficult, because it's like 99% of the time it absolutely will be, in fact, I would even go so far as to say 99.9% of the time it absolutely will be a scenario of believe the victims. But that 0.00001% of the time where somebody does something like that or lies about something in order to get somebody else in trouble, and it's like, you are muddying the water and you are making it so much harder for genuine fucking survivors who have had genuine fucking situations to get the justice that they deserve, because you are muddying the water, you know? Anyway, another thing I feel quite passionately about as well you fucking know. As well you fucking know. Where was I? Yeah, that whole retrospective thing. And that's I was about to say, Max, that's like me talking about fucking cisgender people. Never mind the shit that goes on with trans people, because of people deciding later on that they weren't comfortable with a certain dynamic of it, despite having all of the information in advance and stuff. It's awful. It's awful. You know, Chat Control is going to wreak havoc and not much good. Yeah. How's it going, Emma Dragon Queen? How you doing, you beautiful being? I also say these things are done with sadist tendencies. Yeah, you've also done a lot of your research. I would consider you to be a very educational individual, or educated individual on the matter, Sembar, for sure. For sure. Seems if the general public are using it to draw inspiration from, yeah. Well, that's one of the problems. So the whole dynamic of like the choking situation came about because sex education in this country is so unbelievably shit. I mean, it's better than it used to be, but it's still pretty fucking shit. So a lot of children, a lot of teenagers are learning sex from pornography. They are learning about sex from pornography. As a result of them learning about sex from pornography, it led one young male student to ask their, I think she was a biology teacher, and just be like, hey, how do I safely choke my girlfriend? A 13-year-old boy asked a biology teacher, how do I safely choke my own girlfriend? Because I've seen it on pornography and I want to make sure that I'm doing it safely. And the biology teacher went, fucking hell, what? Which is an understandable response when a 13-year-old boy asks you how to choke your girlfriend. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, that gave fuel to the fire of the Puritan division of the British government, where they were like, we need to ban all pornography. We can't ban all pornography. Okay, let's ban all of the chokey stuff. And it's like, oh god, safeguarding nightmare in school. Oh god, absolutely. Understandably, I can understand why the teacher went, what? Oh god, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Definitely not. Absolutely. Oh my god. Unfortunately, what it should have done, in my personal opinion, as a sex educator, it should have turned around and gone, oh, okay, where did you learn that? You learn it from pornography. Let's use this, instead of using this as a reason to ban specific genres of pornography, let's use this as a reason to up our education on what pornography is and why we shouldn't get sex education from pornography. Like, I would have loved to have seen that situation fuel better sex education in the country. Well, it turns out that our 13-year-olds are learning from pornography what they should be doing in sex. I will think that we should now take that as an example that we need to teach our children better about sex. Okay, fantastic. Let's put a lot of money into sex education in schools. Let's make a standardized syllabus so that they have to learn about sex and bodily autonomy and consent and pleasure and bits and pieces. Let's do that. But what did they actually do? Oh my god! They're learning about sex education through pornography. We must ban more pornography. What the fuck? Yeah, good on the kid, by the way, asking an adult how to do a dangerous thing safely. 110%. The worst thing about that situation, Sembar, the worst thing about that, like, condensing it down to the child and the teacher and the parents and stuff involved and what have you, condensing it down to that shit is that exactly that. He will probably never ever ask another safety question again. Because when he asked one safe question to a teacher, they flew off the handle and led to a worldwide scandal, or a countrywide scandal. Why the fuck would he ever ask again? Neither will his classmates, neither will his schoolmates, neither will anybody else in the school, neither will anybody else in other schools because of the fact that they heard about the situation. Not a fucking chance. The way that they have handled that situation has led to thousands of children not asking safety questions when it comes to sex. What are the fucking chances? People are so preoccupied with looking righteous that they do not even give a fuck about the damage that they're doing. They really fucking don't. Which I'm quite passionate about, as you can imagine. How's it going, Emma Dragon? How you doing? Sex education do be dog shit here for F4, yeah. Absolutely. It's not ideal. I mean, it's better than it used to be. Like, my parents used to work in a school before they retired, and they were talking about the fact that they had, like, consent. It wasn't like sex education per se. They had, what did they call it? Sexual health and relationship classes, I think it was. And it was all about, like, having a healthy relationship and stuff like that, which I think was good. It was definitely better than when I had sex education, which was this bit goes in this bit, make baby, you know? Safeguarding nightmare in school, absolutely. When they banned female ejaculation, like her, well, they banned that because of, well, hygiene situations. which was stupid. But it was because they did face sitting and female ejaculation. They banned that at the same time. Not that it stopped any of it. In my experience and my knowledge of the adult industry like that, it hasn't actually stopped any of it. You know? But I'd still prefer a student asked. Absolutely, completely agree. Long gone are the days of the only way kids found porn, by discarded magazines in bushes and dodgy VHSs lying around and that people rented. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Completely agree. We couldn't learn sweet fuck all through a still image of a porn magazine. It was just like, okay, how does that work? You know? It might be piss. Okay, so yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Nobody knows what female ejaculation actually is. Can we just analyze that scenario? In this day and age of science, where they can literally pick out the entrails of an enzyme that is a byproduct of a deadly virus, of the body fighting a deadly virus through saliva and bogies, we still don't know exactly what female squirting is, or vulval squirting is. We don't know what it is. It could be piss, but it could be other types of liquids that are in those areas. It could be from these different things. It could be, it's just like, has nobody just, you know, gone to an adult industry studio where they are doing some squirting filming, filled a fucking jar full of it, and taken it to a lab to find out exactly what it is? Do it with 100 different people that have got vulvas that are squirters, so that you can get a good ratio of it all? No? What the fuck? Also, exactly that point. It could be pissed. So? I am not into water sports personally, but if somebody fucking squirts all over me, I'm loving it. Doesn't fucking matter who it is. Doesn't matter what the fucking liquid is, should I say. I'm loving it. I'm having a great time. I'm like, this is something that I helped you achieve. Get me my waders. I am ready. Do you know what I mean? Wild shit. Wild shit. You know? Reward for a good job. Exactly. Might be better now, but in my school, sex ed was very, if you have sex, you will get pregnant and diseased. And if you're drunk, you cannot put on a condom. Well, so don't. That's all you need to know. Brilliant. Wow, Pixie Gloom. Wow. Okay. Jesus Christ. Do you know what? I'm going to do a new poll. Can't say the word sex, of course I can't. Do I have enough words to say that? Okay. I'm just making a poll, friends, because I've had an idea. Fucking hell. Too many limitations. And finally... just wasn't too bad, sure. Okay, the question is this, friends. I will allow... No, I won't allow additional votes. Fuck you all. The question is this. Based on the sex education that you received in school, how scared were you for the first time that you had sex? Whatever sexual experience that was, whether it be with someone of the same genitalia, with different genitalia, whether it be a cisgender dynamic, a heteronormative dynamic, a homosexual dynamic, whatever the first experience of sex was with another person, another consenting person, how prepared were you? Your options were felt prepared, felt nervous, or your options are felt prepared, felt nervous, bloody terrified, no idea what I was doing, or wasn't too bad. Start poll. It's a 5-minute one, so that it'll, so you've got plenty of time to think about it and decide what you, what your thoughts are. You know. They banned what in the UK? They have banned squirting, which is ejaculation from the vulva. Face sitting, where people sit, where usually somebody with a vulva sits on another person's face. I'm pretty sure they banned fisting as well, if I remember correctly. And bearing in mind that all that they're doing is banning it being filmed in this country. You just go to another country and film it there. It was really weird the way they were like, no, you can't film it here. And it's like, what? No worries, Simba, no worries. How's it going, Sway? How you doing? Wasn't too bad because I had no idea what I was doing, so I felt prepared. Thanks, Sway. Thanks. Part of the issue in teaching PHSA, which I did, is that often the person is dumped on is not qualified in the slightest. Yes, I have taken the qualification that teachers are. I'm not going to say expected to have. There's an NSPCC, which is the charity to protect children. There is a free online course that a teacher can do in order to be able to be qualified to teach sex education. It is not a requirement. It is there if people want it, you know, and it's not great. I would say it's better than nothing, but it's not the greatest, you know. In my country, Romania, it's still the norm to get sex ed from a random church people during religious education. My own experience was a woman who claimed that women should only wear skirts so that we don't go to hell. Wow, Lulu, that's awful. That is absolutely fucking awful. I hate shit like that. I've done a few like reaction videos to like sex education from the 80s and stuff like that, and it's pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. Weirdly, there was one that we did a while ago that was like from the 50s or something, and that was quite good. We were like, fucking hell, that's better than what many people get in this day and age. You know what I mean? Don't have sex but procreate. Don't think about sex, but having kids is wonderful. Don't watch porn, but have so many kids. Yeah. I think there's also some survey that showed that a huge chunk of young girls had been choked during sex as well. Frankie D, there was a survey done a while ago. I mean, it was a few years ago now. I'm talking like pre-pandemic and shit like that. Where the vast majority of teenage children believed that a sexual liaison, a sexual congress between two people finished with a money shot, which is when the guy ejaculates on the woman's face. That's because their only experience of sex education, or their only real experience of sex education, was through pornography. And the vast majority of pornography finishes with a guy jizzing on a girl, or the vast majority of heterosexual pornography finishes with a guy jizzing on a girl's face. Give me 2 seconds, somebody's at the door. Chunk ordering more things. Really good. I'm glad to hear it, Emma. Glad to hear it. Definitely improving a lot of stuff about consent, but a little on pleasure. Yeah, I mean, I would rather they teach people about consent before they teach people about pleasure. I feel like that's a good thing. There's always somebody at the door. That's because Chunk orders a lot. I don't know whether it's retail therapy or whether he just idly browses and just goes, oh, I'll have some of that. But there does seem to be a lot of packages. I don't know what they are. They could just be like little CDs that cost like a few quid and stuff like that. Could just be that he has one big order and it comes from loads of different places. I don't know, but there seems to be a lot of... I mean, I've got a lot of packages recently because obviously it's been my birthday, and a lot of you beautiful individuals have bought things from my wish list and stuff like that, which is extremely fucking kind of you. But there's Chunk orders a lot of things. Chunk orders a lot of things.
It's a raid.
Oh my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside Eugene, in between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. How very dare you? How very, very dare you? Welcome on in, Silver Haze. How you doing, you beautiful being? Thank you very much for bringing your beautiful people in here, you glorious individuals. What were you up to today, you cheeky little devil? What were you doing? What was going on? What was occurring? What was occurring? I missed the thingy, of course I did. Welcome on in, you beautiful beings. I am Valen Vane. I'm a Schmex educator, cheeky little sexy roller educator. And we are currently talking about sex education versus pornography with young people, but you are very, very welcome here. But as a result, are you doing some makers and crafting? What were you making? What was going on? What were you making? Tell me about it. Tell me what was going on. Tell me what was happening. Friends, if you are new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, saying thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave, because I am a colossal filth wizard and I don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. Silver Haze, I don't believe I follow you, so I'm going to go over now and click that cheeky little follow button. Come check you out at a later date, for sure, for sure. But thank you very much for sharing your beautiful people with us. Making a giant dream catcher. Ooh, that sounds fancy. How's it going? How is it going? All you people from Silver Haze's stream, I have just gone over and clicked that cheeky little follow button for that wonderful being because I'm a decent human being, all right? But my community, look at them. Look at them all. Scum and villains, I tell you. Scum and villains. My community, good lord, they're outrageous. Outrageous, I tell you. But they need to be tempted over. They need you, wonderful people from Silver Haze's stream, to describe Silver Haze in 3 tantalizing little words in order to tempt them over. I've gone and done it because I'm a good person, all right? I'm a decent human being. But you got a husband to pick up for work? Go do your thing. Go do your thing. I'm going to get your community to lure all my community to come over and click that cheeky little follow button for you, all right? That's what I'm going to get to do. But you are very welcome. Very, very welcome. You also have an over 18 chat. Love that. Go have a wonderful time. Go pick up your husband. Have a great, great, great experience. But thank you so much for bringing over your people and sharing your wonderful community with us. I appreciate that. Jokes on you. I followed already. Rebgresh. The scandal. Oh, my lordy. How could you do such a... Nah, I love that. I love that. That makes me very happy. Thank you very much for supporting the people that are supporting me. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Where was I? Yeah, we're talking about sex education versus pornography and legality at the moment, which is interesting to say the least. After my divorce, when I went back on dating apps, I was really surprised at how many women mentioned liking being choked. My response was always the same. I don't know how to be safe about that, and I'm too large to be rolling dice with hurting people. That's understandable. I mean, there is a lot of information available on the internet if you know where to look, and I can't tell you about it here. Because of legal potential, even potential legal repercussions. Do you know what I mean? Did a lesson of fluffies and fetishes. The girls thought it was very, very funny, but took notice. Yeah, good. Honestly, good. That's the kind of shit that needs to be taught, you know? Squirting, fisting, and facing. I think that was about it. Yeah, I think those were the 3 that were made illegal a couple of years ago. Oh, the worst sex ed class. I cussed out my teacher. Yeah. The issue, as was mentioned, I can't remember who said it, but the issue is the fact that an awful lot of teachers they're placed with it, and it's either religious education, like an RE class, PE class or PHSE class, or like a social class, like a social economics class or something like that. And it's just like, by the way, you're teaching them sex. And it's like, what? Me? What? Biology. We had a biology teacher, teachers. And it was, and my teacher was fucking great. My teacher was wonderful. She's passed on now, bless her. But she was absolutely amazing. She said to us at the very, very beginning of class, she was like, right, we're going to learn about sex. I am only allowed to teach you about the science of it, because I went to a Catholic school. She was like, I'm only allowed to teach you about the science and the biology of sex. However, if you ask me any questions using the correct scientific terminology, I will answer them. There is no such thing as a stupid question. So I asked a question that jumped on my fucking dynamic, which was, what happens if we're going at sex in a heterosexual dynamic and I really need to pee? Do I just pee? Or is there a way to quickly get the erection to calm itself down so that I can piss in a toilet? Like, what's the dynamic there? Because I had no fucking idea. I was a child. And she was like, don't worry about that. There's like the body cuts off those kind of bits and pieces until after it's all done. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But, you know, she literally answered any question. That's brilliant. She's a good teacher. The issue with that dynamic, as much as I completely agree, that is brilliant and she is a good teacher. The issue that we had was the fact that because none of us fucking knew anything, none of us knew what questions to ask. And I feel like it was the best approach that she could have given with the restrictions that she had. But I also feel like there was a hell of a lot that was missed because none of us knew what questions to ask. Do you know what I mean? Claudius coming in with a 7 stream streak in a row. Emma Dragon Queen with a 20. And Ayla Zana with a 15 stream streak in a row. Good lord. All of you running around all nakedified and everything. Scandalous, I tell you. Scandalous. Maybe that's because the scientists aren't getting late. Every scientist I know is getting late. We've got plenty of scientists in here that are getting late. Why, friends, why you scientists, a member of the community, why are you not telling us what's in what's in female ejaculate? All right, what's in the squirt? Tell us. Do you know what? Right, I've pulled up some articles. I'm going to do some research on this. And either... Oh no, tomorrow and Sunday we're going to be doing the labyrinth stuff. So next Monday, we will come back and we will talk about what is in the female ejaculation. As in, ejaculation that comes from a vulva. Alright? Okay, done and done. Right, I put a poll out there earlier. Based on your sex education, how scared were you the first time that you had any description of sex, whether that be with somebody of the same gender, opposite gender, same genitalia, opposite genitalia, or different genitalia, etc., etc., etc. 45% of you said, I had no idea what I was doing. 21% of you said that you felt prepared. Okay, that's good, that's good. 18% of you said that you felt nervous. 9% of you said that you were bloody terrified. And 6% of you said it wasn't too bad. Okay. It's good. Like, it's bad that nearly half of you felt that you had no idea what the fuck you were doing. But it's good that at least a fifth of this community that partook in the poll felt that they were in some way, shape, or form prepared for what was coming. Interesting. Thank you very much for sharing that, friends. I appreciate that. Oh, my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside and between, delve deep back into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people going in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage, I tell you. Vithica, how you doing? How's it going, you beautiful individuals? Everyone stay cool. This is a raid. Stay cool, stay cool. The feral, feisty flamingos have entered the chat. Behold our leader, Vithika. How's it going, Vithika? Welcome on in, you beautiful being. Thank you very much for bringing all your beautiful people over here and sharing your wonderful community with us. I really, really appreciate it. Friends of ours, go and check out the glorious Vithika. Vithika is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Plays a large variety of horror games and The Sims. That seems to be the... Or Power Wash Simulator. Are you doing some other styles of simulation games? Ah, okay, okay. How were you enjoying Power Wash Simulator? How was it? Was it nice? Was it relaxing? Was it chill? Was it a happy-go-lucky time, you beautiful being? I appreciate you. Thanks so much for bringing your beautiful... You were doing Star Wars Power Wash Simulator. Ah, okay. It all makes sense now. Flamingos, protect your eyeballs. I know, right? Right, friends, if you are new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for we are currently talking about sex education, sex versus pornography versus legality at the moment. And we'll be doing that for another 10 minutes or so. And then I need to go piss and we need to do a game vote. We don't do a game vote. I know exactly what game we're playing. We're playing Celestial Return today because it's a fucking beautiful cyberpunk meets cosmic horror thing that I really wanted to play last week, but the conversation got too interesting. So now we're going to play it this week in the hope that this conversation doesn't get too interesting. All right? All right, which it usually does because you people are great. But anyway, we're talking about, yeah, sex education, that dynamic. But yeah, people from my stream, go and check out Vithika. Vithika's wonderful. We fucking love Vithika. Also, a fire-breathing stage performer. Ooh, I know. Scandalous. You did some of the Sims 4 first. It was nice. I'm glad. A nice chill hump day stream. Absolutely. Quick, be boring, chat. Yeah, chat. Be more beige. Fuck. Yeah, no. It does not seem to be piss. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about female ejaculate. The viscosity of squirting is completely different to piss. It does not smell or taste like it either. It's true. It's true. This is the reason why the people are like, oh, it comes from the urethra, so it must be piss. And it's like, but so does semen and seminal fluid. What the fuck? What? So I've pulled up some scientific articles. I'm going to do a bit of a deep dive on that one. To say the least. Do you know what I mean? Wait as I'm dead. Look, listen here, Maxine. True though, isn't it? Where was I? How can you ban something not entirely voluntary? That's the problem. Well, what it comes down to, Qualia, is so ejaculation in regards to squirting isn't entirely voluntary. So the situation is that it can't be filmed in the UK. So if you are having if you have got, say, a heterosexual dynamic where there's a penis and a vulva and they are going at it and it's all glorious and fantastic, then it is expected that you will edit out any squirting that happens. Because it is illegal for it to be published in this country. If you want to go to a different country and get it on, then you are welcome to do so. But squirting is illegal in this country. However, I am intrigued as to whether golden showers are golden showers pornography, or is golden showers pornography illegal in the United Kingdom? Is golden showers pornography or porn illegal in the UK? Because if it's not illegal in the UK, if golden showers are not illegal, but squirting is illegal, then that has got fuck all to do with piss. It's entirely to do with control over women. Under the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act of 2008, it is illegal to possess extreme pornographic images. pornographic produced solely on the principle or for the purpose of sexual arousal are grossly offensive, disgusting, or otherwise of obscene character. Depict certain acts in an explicit and realistic way. Prohibited acts include threats to a person's life, acts that likely to result in serious injury to intimate body parts, necrophilia, bestiality, non-consensual penetration, and obviously everything to do with children. It doesn't specifically say pissing. Do we have a list of the types of pornography that are not allowed? No. It doesn't seem there is a list. I'll see if I can find a list. Because it'd be weird. It would be very, very unusual if golden showers pornography, which is piss play, was legal, and yet squirting from a vulva was illegal on the basis that that could be piss. Do you know what I mean? Give me waiters, exactly. Listen, my beard is not drenched by the end of my dinner. I did not do a good enough job. Completely agree. Completely bloody agree. I say it was awful even for learning about puberty. It was vastly underprepared.
No,
I was annoyed.
You little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. I was annoyed that the young cis men of my school never learned about periods. I feel like if every child learned about periods, regardless of whether they have them or not, that the empathy would be far better in regards to those that did have to go through it, versus, oh, well, it's that time of the month, you're obviously a cranky bitch. What? How does that fucking help anybody? Do you know what I mean? How's it going, Montreal Cripple? How you doing? The viscosity of square is completely different. Yeah, completely agree. It is completely different, which is the reason why I'm like, why does nobody know what it actually is? I had no sex ed back in the day, just biology classes. Yeah, this bit goes in this bit, mate, baby. Later into my parents after I had sex ed class, and I'm like, they didn't cover everything, so I have many questions. My parents were very open-minded. I just didn't want to ask the questions. You know what I mean? Same, just, this is a penis, this is a vagina. Okay, yeah. Why would Shrek make my squirt green? I feel the anatomy is confused. Fuck Shrek, then you can green screen it out. What? I'm also confused by that one. Wasn't too bad because I know. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to whip down a wee bit. Just from school coverage, no clue. From my own questions and answers from my grandparents, parents, and closer, you felt very prepared. That's fair. That's fair. That's difficult based on Mrs. Professional Drunkenstein. How you doing? How's it going? Based on the first sex education was given at school, my answers would be different than how I felt at the time. I had education and swapped stories with friends that far outweighed the sex education that school gave you. Yeah, I can understand that. Actually, though, you don't know what you don't know. It's true. School education was laughable. The fact that I felt okay about it was because I had self-educated. Same. Absolutely fucking same, for sure. So they're all filming in Central Europe again. So the fun, yeah, exactly. Fun fact, the reason why Germany has a reputation for extreme pornography is because back when porn was becoming a big industry, specifically in like the 70s and the 80s with the VHS and shit like that, Germany was the only place where you could legally film fetish pornography. So it became the go-to place where everyone would travel to Germany in order to film fetish pornography and then fuck off again. You know? Is all the training I could get my hands on, including Stonewall and Brook? Yeah. How's it going, mini partner? How you doing? Just thinking about you. I saw a post that our new PM is planning to revert the changes to verification laws. Have you heard anything about this? I have not yet, mini partner. I haven't yet, but I am apprehensive about anything that the new PM is currently doing. I think that he's going to be better than the previous 12 that we've had, but I'm still apprehensive. Still a little apprehensive on the matter. Do you know what I mean? Our sex education was non-existent. They only told us to practice abstinence so we could avoid pregnancy and disease. It was that 10 years ago. Fucking hell. Yeah, it annoys me that that is still the case, because turning around and saying practice abstinence is awful, because it never works under any circumstance. It also doesn't help anybody who doesn't really have a choice in that scenario. And I don't really want to get into that subject anymore, but everyone knows what everyone should know what I'm talking about. Some biology teachers go there within limits, so we were set. Absolutely. For sure. My school's idea of sex education was plastic shapes. They showed us how to put a condom. I went to a Catholic school. No contraceptive talk at all. Also brief talk about STDs, nothing about consent or anything like such. For references, my sex education was done in the 90s. Yeah. There's a valve that shuts down the flow of the bladder when there is an erection. My biology teacher says it's a bit like a little flap at the base of the penis that stops any pee from coming out. Someone else in class laughed and said, see, boys have piss flaps too. That's fucking great. Love that. Great reaction. Squirt actually comes from the vulva. That's the that is interesting, but the fluid that the vulva produces as lubricant is a massive squirts in porn. It's not from the vulva most of the time. Yeah, so the way that they tend to do squirting in pornography is by putting water up the urethra and then having the person with a vulva squeeze it out at the correct time, because unsurprisingly, pornography is directed, it is entertainment, it is exactly the same way that movies are made. You have special effects like that, you know? Yeah, I know. As interesting as this is bedtime. Entirely fair, Saf. Entirely fair. To be fair, I need to go pee, so we're going to do that. Felly, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Sore all over from derby practice. I can completely understand that for sure. Is there a reason for that? It's illegal to film squirting. Well, it's illegal to have squirting pornography in the United Kingdom currently. Is it it's not illegal in the UK, squirting, or is this porn? It's pornography specifically. Robinson Crusoe. Yeah, pornography specifically. So the most recent thing to change to pornography legally is they got rid of choking. We had that conversation earlier, and it has now gone back to the previous change to thingy, which happened like 5 years ago. I want to say 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, where they banned face sitting, female squirting, and fisting from the porn industry. Yeah, I'm sure. Definitely the first two. I can't remember whether it included fisting or not. I'm sure it did though. Yeah, in porn. Yeah. It's illegal to film it. Well, this is where it becomes more of a grey area. Aeon Unleashed, because what I think, if I remember correctly, it's illegal in porn. Does that mean filming? Does that mean distributing? Because if it's illegal in pornography in the United Kingdom, then something that is involuntary, like squirting, is it okay to do it, or do you have to shut down the entire porn shoot the moment that somebody does something like that? Like, what's the situation there? Do you know what I mean? I think it's legal, you know? You may need to chase that up because there's some stipulation online, but I don't know if I trust it. I remember the protests. Happening, Robinson Crusoe, where where there was a whole group of people, and I almost did it, but I had a fucking job and I was pissed off that I wasn't able to do it, where a whole group of people went down and sat on each other's faces in front of the Houses of Parliament to protest the law that was being put in. And the law specifically was about face sitting and female squirting, and I'm sure it included fisting as well. Yep. Open image in new tab. This was an image from one of the from the protest that happened. This is specifically in regards to pornography. Yeah. Because there's no way they'd be able to enforce anything that happens in the bedroom. But in regards to pornography, this was one of the go-to famous images from that protest. But there were a good like 50 or 60 couples that were doing the face-sitting protest. This was only one of them. It was excellent. Absolutely fucking excellent. And I'm gutted I wasn't there. Genuinely fucking furious that I wasn't there for it all. Because I would have liked to have been there. I would have liked to have been there. How's it going, excessive idling? I still want to know the story of the birds and the bees. My parents never told me. I learned the other ways, but never got the infamous birds and the bees. There isn't an infamous birds and the bees excessive idling. I'm afraid to tell you. Sorry to break your heart here, but there is no go-to birds and bees stories. It's just like, oh well, you know, there's a thing. That's the part of the joke of it all. I heard rumor that the origin of it was because bees had stingers and birds laid eggs, but I actually don't know the complete origins of it myself. Oh, I'm leaning over a weird angle there. I'm just getting further and further like this. I feel like I remember it was anything involving urine and feces. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I'm going to look into it. Vice has an article from 2014. Can you stick it in the sex education section of Discord if you haven't already, Qualia? And I'll look at that later for sure. But first, friends, the adverts are on and I need to go pee. So friends, get up, have a stretch your eyes, look in the distance, then back again. Grab some kind of beverage, hot cold if the time is spitting flamboyant as fuck. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't done it already. Take them now. If you're wearing a binder, have a couple of deep breaths, stretch those lungs out, stretch those rib cages out, and never wear a binder longer than is medically recommended, which is what we understand to be approximately 6 to 8 hours. If you haven't done it already, get stuff out of the washing machine and get it hung up. All right, I'll be back momentarily. I just need to go pee. Needs to go pee. Thank you for waiting, you happy-go-lucky scamps of individuals. I very much appreciate that. It was wonderful and spectacular. What about horror movies? They're real though, right? I actually don't know. I think that generally speaking with rules in regards to pornography, it tends to be very specifically pornography because they love hypocrisy in the world. They love to be able to allow other places to do certain things and not pornography. Because why would anyone that's what I wanted. Why would anyone be allowed to do anything with their consenting body if it's to do with sex? Do you know what I mean? Really enjoy your TikTok and Twitch, Facebook. You're an amazing friend. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Keep seeing articles saying that it's been overturned as long as it's all consenting. I bet there's some stupid fine print in regards to the pornography. If singing on the face is illegal, does it mean that I can't listen to the Lords of Acid anymore? Can't remember the name of the song. I couldn't tell you because I don't know the song you're talking about. Tally ho, exactly. It was a wonderful protest. I'm sorry I missed it. I know, right? Fisting what? Female body parts through the back door too? Did they specifically say? I don't think. It was just fisting in general. What if someone's fist is the size of someone else's dildo in the film? They're going to argue. No, it's just specifically fists. And if you have a dildo of a fist, it was fine. But if you used an actual fist, it wasn't fine. They've tried to enforce stuff like this in the US before. They still do try and enforce stuff like that in the US, honestly. Send a link for your perusal to see if it's legit. But most of the news places won't shout about sex stuff. Generally speaking, not. Generally not, unless it's a scandal. That's the only time they tend to do so. So this is one of the things that you usually find, Sway, with stuff like this, is that you'll get a news article are happy to talk about stuff like it being overturned, or not overturned. They're happy to talk about like the banning of the face sitting or the banning of the squirting, and they're happy to talk about the protest because it's all scandalous. But if it gets overturned and it's suddenly allowed again, nobody will fucking talk about it. I've not heard of it being overturned. I've not heard of any of it being overturned. But I've also not heard of any enforcement of it either, if that makes sense. No, like I've never heard of them, like anybody I know in the industry talking about it being enforced in any way, shape or form. Like, oh, we don't like what two consenting adults do in the bedroom alone together. Let's make a law about it. Basically, yeah. But that's the nature. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the society of which we live in, is the fact that they are constantly trying to tell us what we can and can't do with our own bodies. They're constantly trying to tell us what we can and can't do with as a couple or a throuple, etc. They're constantly doing that. Seeing we're staying far away from politics. Yeah, we're doing our best. Doing our best, Sembar. Doing our best for sure. There's a booby flag though. How dare they be so confusing? I know, right? How's it going, Safi Pie? Hello, you beautiful bean. Hope you're doing well. You've been live for 2 hours and no game yet. Just an FYI. It's all right. I'm just going for a piss, and the music you hear is from the game itself. For sure. Can I get a shout out for Safi Pie, please? I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate that. Because friends, we're gonna jump into the game ourselves now. Yes. Yes. Fucking love this. The soundtrack to this game is badass. There we go. People, go check out Safi Pie. Go check out my dear friend Safi. Safi's a wonderful, wonderful bean. When are you going to be streaming next, Safi? Do you know? I suppose it all depends on your own, like, what's it called? Schedule and shit like that. But, yeah. So, friends, we are going to continue with Celestial Return today. I will be returning back to the go-to game votes for spooky games next week. It's just last week I really wanted to play this game, and I never got the chat. Well, we played like an hour of it. And as a result, I wanted to be able to give it the time it deserves, because I think this game is fucking excellent. It's a role-play cyberpunk game, so it's set in the future, set in a cyberistic world. However, it's all cosmic horror. There are breaches between this realm and the far realm, and weird shit is coming through. And our character is a retired paranormal investigations detective who is basically continuing on their life, trying our best to see what's going on. Okay? Continue. Hopefully this works, despite having thingy mode, streamer mode engaged. I did feed back to the devs, and they said that they were working on the issues that I had, you know. Texas has a law about excessive amounts of dildos. It is illegal in, I think it's Thailand. I think it's illegal in Thailand to have sex toys. Dildos, vibrators, they are illegal in Thailand. And it's one of the things that catches tourists out. I'm sure it's Thailand because I warned my brother about it before he went to Thailand a while ago. But yeah, it's one of the things that tourists get caught out of, is if they are going over as like a couple, as a romantic date out there, and they have dildos in their suitcases. As the suitcase goes through the like x-ray scanners and shit like that, they get called up and have their dildos confiscated. I read in a book recently that I made fun of one of the states. They had to say there was dildoing for getting educational purposes. There was an entire protest, I'm sure it was in Texas a few years ago, where what was it called? Cocks, not Glocks. Cocks, not Glocks. And a load of the students that were like high school students in, I'm sure it was Texas, they went round with dildos in their rucksacks because it was illegal to carry a sex toy but it was legal to carry a gun. So they went round with dildos sticking out their bags, just being like, yeah. Because it was, like I said, it was illegal to carry sex toys, but it was completely legal to carry guns. So there was a big protest where hundreds of students went round with dildos in their bags, being like, cocks, not glocks. How's it going, Sedatus? How's it going? The main reason my mom always told me that you should have the choice over what you do with your own body is if the government is telling you that you can't, what you can't do today, then they tell you what you have to do that thing tomorrow. Yeah, I fucking hate the idea of any fucking government, anybody telling me what I can and can't do with my own fucking body. Fuck that noise. It's a clever name, I know, right? I know. In random news, I'm declaring that I'm probably taking half day off work today as I'm exhausted and not in the fun way. Do it. Do it. I hope that you are able to rest. I hope you're able to chill, you know what I mean? It was in Texas in 2016. Absolutely correct. Thank you very much, Aeon Unleashed, for confirming that information for me. Yeah, I was about to say I remember it very clearly because I was like, fucking hell, that's genius. That is genius. Love this. Can I very quickly just move my little camera down a wee bit so we get to see the dude over the top here? Okay. Howard sits alone at the counter in the Crow Jazz Bar, a refuge for those who have given up trying to keep pace with the city. Faint glow of the neon sign outside fills the... Have we done this? Bar's worn surface. I'm sure we've done this. Yeah, we've done all this. Stand up and turn the adjuster thing yourself. Fucking hell. That's annoying. We've done all these bits. I'm just going to whip through all of this stuff. I'm not doing any of that stuff. What did we do before? That one. If it was abstracts, we'd already be too late. Wouldn't be the first time, as I seem to remember saying that one. PID doesn't ask questions. That's not what they're for. Let's just say I've seen enough to stop asking that question. If I did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. There we go. He doesn't respond. His eyes fixed on a glass. Listen to the silence wandering his mind. Boy, we've done all this. Oh, hello. Oh, this is new. I don't remember this happening. Howard leans forward on his elbows, resting on the glass counter, staring blankly at his glass. The bar noise fades, the hum of the TV dissolving into the background whisper until all that remains is the hollow silence of his thoughts. And then they start. You've been here before, haven't you? Sitting in the quiet, pretending it's peace. It's not. It's avoidance. Hayward, my man. You're staring at that whiskey like it's got all the answers. It don't. Trust me, I've tried. Stop. You say something? Ask her for another drink. Something fancy. A cocktail with one of those little umbrellas. That'd cheer you right up. Yes, because a man brooding over suicide absolutely screams Mai Tai. Great suggestion. Shut up! He doesn't need this crap right now. The voices clash like storm clouds rumbling in his skull. Shut the fuck up, all of you! A few heads turn, giving him a familiar look. Another guy losing it after too many drinks. Then, as if the universe had been waiting for the right moment, the door to the bar swings open and a figure steps inside. I don't remember doing this bit, but we definitely did the first bit of the bar. Might have saved a chapter break as opposed to the immediate spot. Maybe. That's annoying. That's annoying. But never mind. We're here now. Let's continue as we were. Do you know what I mean? I blame you entirely about the rabbit hole that have gone down, about squirting, ejaculation, and coital incontinence. I'm okay with this. I have not a single criticism. Valen channeling is Mark Hamill's Joker. There was definitely an element of it there, yeah, for sure. For sure. Right, who is going to join the bar? Howard's head lifts. His eyes narrow as boots scrape across the floor, loud and deliberate. The sound is sharp enough to cut through the haze in his mind. Reynolds. Neural Archive, Officer Reynolds. Officer Reynolds. Okay, Officer Reynolds, a long-serving police officer and Howard's oldest friend. Reliable, methodical, and one of the few people Howard still trusts without reservation. In a city full of compromised people and shifting loyalties, Reynolds remains a rare constant. Interesting. He locks eyes with Howard, his expression coiled tight with urgency. Without hesitation, he crosses the room. Shouldn't you be out flashing that badge of yours somewhere? Reynolds pulls out the stool next to him, sitting with a sigh. I've been flashing it all day. Chasing leads that go nowhere. Thought I'd try something smarter. And that brought you here. Yeah, say what you want. But you're still the guy people call when they've run out of better options. Take that as a compliment. Foolishness. Erratic thinking leading to impulsive, often comedic decisions. Intelligence, intellectual being who understands the surroundings and can make correct decisions. Anger, not interested in people's business. Outbursts of anger. And excessive inconsistency, including anger problems that affect the thought process. Okay. And perception is an easy peasy one. The ability to perceive and interpret environmental surroundings. So, sure, but if this is about stolen rubber, duckies, blah, blah, blah. Why me? Don't you ever hold into... I'm perception. I think I know what you're going to say. Let's take one die. Howard's die. Do we have a corporate die over here somewhere? I'll take one of those dice. That's fine. Roll it! We get a +1 anyway, so that's all fine and dandy. Oh, the graphics of this game are so good! Excuse me, I got a little excited. This is about the suicides, isn't it? Yeah. Too many, too fast. And none of it makes sense. He leans forward, lowering his voice. I started wondering if it's abstract. Well, there's no proof. If I say out loud, it goes straight to the PID. You know what that means. They take over and we're left holding our dicks while they hold all the budget and the glory. We used to run this city. Now we're begging for scraps. Reynolds sighs, pulling a thin folder from his coat and dropping it on the counter. I'm here because I want this solved before they catch the scent. You work for them, you know what to look for. I need your eyes on this, Howard. Here we go. Detective. This could be the case that you've been waiting for. You've been drifting for too long. A case like this could be your way back. Back to the work that mattered. Back to being the person that you once were. Think about the doors it could open. Or the ones it could slam shut. Haven't you learned yet? Every time you touch one of these cases, someone ends up dead, broken, or missing. Usually you tell them to get lost. Big mystery, big detective, big reward. That's how this works, right? I saw it in a movie once. It's not about the dice or the reputation. It's about the people. Someone out there needs help, and you have the skills to make a difference. You know what's right. Ooh. Gonna try and sleep, but keep you on as noise. No worries, no worries. I hope that my noise isn't too disruptive, you know. Best Joker roll, absolutely. I'll do it. These desks deserve justice. Sure, why not? Could be fun. Fine, I'll take a look, but no promises. I'm not gonna feed into that too much. I'm gonna go fine, I'll take a look, but no promises. New quest unlocked. Smoke, shadows, and body bags. Okay. Pocket tricks. Time to talk about the junk in your pockets. What are these items? Items bend the rules of skill checks. Some boost you, some sabotage you, and some are just plain weird. They can affect all kinds of roles, either passively or on demand. These live in your pockets without paying rent. Okay. New item added: case files. No refund policy. Sorry. So, the quest. Head to the office and dig. Sure. Inventory. Aha. So these were all the things. Oh, these are different now. Relic from Howard's old life. Walked away from them. Metals worn to hell. Useless. Okay, so that's all fine dandy. Howard's gun, a flashlight, matches, nether cigarettes. Daily Rockers newspaper. A glimpse into Howard's past. This issue captured the wide chaos of a concert he played with his old band. A time when the stage was his battlefield. Howard's memo. If we hadn't brawled with the drummer and split up, maybe I'd still be rocking out instead of chasing down freaks. The comic. Howard's compact handheld device for calls, messages, and quick data checks. Scratched, stubborn, and always buzzing at the worst possible moment. I feel that. Okay, the case file. Lurk away, you beautiful beings. I fully understand that a lot of this is just very much sinking into the immersion of it. So please, by all means, lurk away. Case files 1. Suicides. A growing list of lives cut short under suspicious circumstances. NVPD is out of answers and Officer Reynolds knows something's not right. Howard's memo. Suicide, my ass. Boosts. Oh, hello. The Neural Archive. Manufacturer. Oh, so these are like my implants? Manufacturer New Genesis. Architects of your potential. The disputed titan of tech industry. The powerhouse behind almost every legal boost on the market. In the Nethervale, to upgrade is to agree to their terms. Augment the Neural Archive 1 head slot. Neural Archive Brain Link. Okay. Brain linked archive for real-time memory control. Logs whatever you see or hear. Every detail becomes a permanent searchable file. That's where we get all of these archives from. Okay. And then we have, so we've got the Augment Neural Archive and then the Augment Head Slot approval. Your Skull's Starter Kit. No required groundwork for any boosts. No approval means no augments. Everything else just fries your nerves. Get this first or get nothing at all. Okay. And then we have our eyeballs. Spectral Sight. The same either way. Okay, Spectral Sight. Classified PID only ocular rig that tunes the retina to detect abstracts. Illegal for civilians. Dangerous for everyone else. Okay. We have got some slots for other bits and pieces as well. Interesting. And these are our different bits and pieces. Secret insights? Nothing as of yet. Okay. Continue. Let's go. I knew I could count on you. There's one more thing. I thought you should hear it from me before he gets twisted through the grapevine. DK's father. He's dead. Jumped off the top of a PID research wing 2 months ago. Data Kraken? Data Kraken. Howard's ex, for reasons neither of them would explain the same way, and a highly skilled nether finder, expert in ghosting identities, breaching secure systems, and tearing useful truths out of protected networks before Howard even finishes a nether puff. Okay. Shit. Yeah. I don't know if you two still talk, but figured you should know. Finds all the nether regions. It's true. It's true. I am a very good nether finder. Absolutely. Seasoning food with dried oregano, or oregano, depending on how you pronounce it, in front of a fan. Apparently not a good idea. Oh no, Claudia Thirds. No. He adjusts his coat, tugging the collar up as though bracing for an unseen chill. You know where to find me. Don't take too long. The door creaks open. A gust slips in, then shuts with a thud. Howard leans back, eyes on the folder, heavy with the promise of trouble. +4 dice, +1 experience gained. The city's silence offers no applause, but it knows. You've earned this. What the hell did I just agree to? Let's see if this nether... Guess I'm back in the game. That was one we go. Good. Let's break something. Don't screw it up this time. Howard grabs the folder, nods to the bartender, and steps out into the rain. The city greets him like it always does, cold and wet and sick of his face. And this is where we get to the Nether Veil. So we definitely saw this when we were playing the demo before. Came in at the right time. Whose nether we finding? How you doing, Alec Wallace? Hello, you beautiful individual. Doing all right, thank you. Doing okay. We are about to explore the Nether Veil. Welcome back to the Gutter, Detective. You know these streets better than your own reflection, but let's see if you've still got the chops. Move controlled, or right click and drag. Use the left stick to glide the map around. Double click anywhere. The hyperscape mode. Yes, his boots have illegal mods. No, don't ask. Exploring locations. Open spots glow with icons. Think cyber breadcrumbs. Click the icon. Howard autopilot's there. Sit back and enjoy the ride. One visit ain't enough. Places change every visit, so come back later. It might not look the same again. New dice, new loot, new danger. Okay, so we've got Reynolds' house. Propaganda poster 4. Okay, detective's office. The statue. And Tikel. I'm intrigued by propaganda poster 4 because I don't remember that from the... I don't remember that from the demo, you know. How you doing, Alec? How's it going? The gutter, you say? Absolutely. Random encounter 2. Howard's comic vibrates in his coat, a low buzz that has no business showing up at this hour. He checks the screen. It's DK, our ex-partner? He freezes. 3 years. 3 years since the fight. Since I never want to see your wreckage again, Howard. Not a word. All this time. If she's calling now, it's life or death. Or it could be a butt dial. We're picking it up. It's me. Look, I wouldn't call if it wasn't bad. I don't know what to do. I need you, please. She's scared. More than scared. Genuine terror. Line clicks off. A location pin appears on the screen. Scarlet Needle Tattoo, Magliff District. You don't get to pretend you didn't hear it. The alley smells suddenly of her perfume. A ghost memory he thought he'd buried. Let's get the propaganda poster first as we're right there, and then we'll go do that mission. An ugly poster ideologically spits in Howard's face. It celebrates a battle it won against everyone else. Together, Nether Veil. We reported the doubters snitched on the naysayers. The sky is now in the hands of those who deserve it. You do not live under the Nevervale. You support it. Oh, there we go. There is no above nor below. There is only us. Your sacrifices have paid for the future. Progress is not an option. It is certain. We reported the doubters snitched on the naysayers. That is not what that says, but okay. We build the city of tomorrow. The sky is now in the hands of those who deserve it most. You do not live under the Nevervale. You support it. Oh, is this the idea that that might be rotating? Because it's a hollow thingy, maybe. Throughout the construction of the Nevervale, minor but coordinated sabotage efforts were repeatedly recorded. Can we see this? Bartender, propaganda poster there. Okay. Interesting. But coordinated sabotage events were completely recorded. Logged acts included sugar poured into wet cement, contaminated water supplies, acid exposure, severed brake lines, sand introduced into fuel systems, and repeated cargo manifest disappearances. Small acts, repeated often enough that they become a pattern. Repeated everywhere, they become a resistance. Vandalism, yes. But when the only tools left to you are sugar and sand, when the law is the weapon being used against you, is it wrong to blunt its edge? And the corpos and the state, they did what they always do. Stirred the shit, stepped back and watched people rip each other apart. Public recording campaigns were introduced during the final construction phase. Reward included alternated units, home entertainment systems, and boosts. Snitch for a prize. Betray your neighbor for a new toy. Same old fucking filth. They do. They should have read the fine print. With corpos, the gift is only there to distract from the cost. Howard steps back into the dark. The poster stays where it is, proud as if betrayal were just another building material. How's it going, Silver Haze? Welcome back. Right, so we need to go the statue, the Scarlet Needle tattoo. Okay. What did I miss? We have joined back we'll jump back into the game, which is Celestial Return, which is kind of like Cyberpunk meets cosmic horror. So we are a retired paranormal investigations detective who has turned private investigator. We were drinking in a bar, and then we got given this from an old police friend, where he's basically asked us to investigate a load of suicides that are happening that people suspect might be from influenced from a different realm, shall we say. But our character has just had a phone call from their ex-partner of 3 years saying, I wouldn't call you if I didn't have to, and then pinged them to this tattoo parlor. Be a government informer, betray your fans and friends and family. Fabulous prizes to be won. Exactly. Like the fun house. Be an informer, whole lot of fun prizes to be won. Betray your family and your friends. Be a government informer. Yeah, exactly. The streets here are quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Predatory quiet. Howard stands across from the studio, half lit by a flickering neon sign. Scarlet Needle. Also, fucking love the artwork again. Are you ready to see her again? A guttural moan tears through the silence. He isn't. But we have bigger problems. He pushes inside, gun instinctively half drawn. DK turns, her eyes locked onto his wide, shunned, tears streaking down both cheeks. Behind her, a girl crouches on the floor, body convulsing. Blood spills from her lips, but it's the arm that draws the eye. etched into her forearm. The ink is sitting on the skin. Oh, the ink isn't sitting on the skin. It's burrowing, coiling, thrashing, trying to digest her radius. Ooh. Very influenced by Disco Elysium. Ooh, excuse me. Like personality traits informing your playthrough. Yeah, kind of, but I like how haunted the personality traits look. It's kind of like my entire body, like my entire psyche has fractured due to what I've seen, you know? Cyberpunk noir. Yeah, basically, fella. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. That's one hell of a 3D effect. Where is the artist? Panic helps no one. We stabilize her first. What were you thinking? Panic helps no one. We stabilize her first. She wipes her face and nods, trying to steady her voice. Yeah. Okay. Focus. Help her, please. What's her name? Yara. We've been together a while. I can't lose her, Howard. Howard steps closer. The ink squirms under Yara's skin, like it's being pulled from the inside. Spectral sight. I think spectral sight is going to be the best one to do so far, so we can immediately know what the fuck we're dealing with. Kick back the door, find the bastard who did this, take Yara's hand and try and speak, try to reach the abstract. So let's spectral sight it first. Static crackles as spectral sight floods Howard's vision. But instead of the clean geometric tags that usually cage an abstract, the pattern beneath Yara's skin flickers like a corrupted signal. Oh god. They're haunted in Disco listening to him. Ah, okay. Yara's arm spasms as the thing burrows deeper, avoiding the green overlays. Scour the workstation, look for the specific ink or tool used to inflict this. Take Yara's hand, speak gently, try to reach the abstract. Let's do that. Howard kneels, taking Yara's shaking hand. His gaze drills into the writhing ink devouring her skin. Got a permit for this move, so didn't thingy. Got 5 seconds to slide out or I carve you out. Oh yeah, I forgot that only some of them actually speak. The rest don't. Fuck. I know some of you understand words. Withdraw now and negotiate. The ink doesn't answer, but she does. Her voice slips out between clenched teeth, every word soaked in pain. I shouldn't have come here. I just thought maybe a fresh start would help. Veins of black ink shoot violently up her arm, seizing her shoulder. Howard, stop! You're making it worse. Stupid. I ruined everything. I'm sorry, T. I'm sorry. Stop. There's a rhythm to the growth. What's triggering it? Search for a room and find a solution to sever the abstract. Blow the arm off. Save the rest. There's no other way. Let's perception it. What are these? Catastrophe dice? -6 in total. Bureaucratic dice +1 in total. Okay. How's dice at -0? Okay. So we've got bureaucratic dice. Interesting. If we do that and we've got a +2 automatically, we are automatically going to win from this, right? And then we only need 1. 6. Fucking sweet. We have observed and learned. It spikes every time she talks about herself. The guilt, that's what it feeds on. Her regret fuels it. Tell DK to make her recall a memory that she doesn't regret. Search the room, find something. No, tell DK to search the room to find something that she doesn't regret. We'll do one of Howard's dice. Catastrophe dice -6. If we do a -4, balance dice, we could get rid of that now. So it'd be -3. I don't trust it. Of course I don't trust it. I have no other... There's a passive modifier. Can I active modifier? No, I have no active modifiers. Let's do those, and we'll just run with that for the time being. 11? Oh, I could have easily have done that. I only needed a fucking 4. Okay. Howard locks eyes with DK. She hesitates, then cups Yara's face, forcing her gaze away from the pulsing ink. Yara, look at me. Remember the protest? When you threw that brick through the new Genesis limo? The ink slows, drawing inwards like it's listening. Felt good. I'd do it again. Damn right you would. It was fucking glorious. Intelligence, it's weakened. Use a sterile needle to puncture the ink and drain it. Let's do that. Howard reaches for a needle, a sealed needle from the tray. He grips Yara's wrist, twisting her arm into the light. He punctures the tattoo as it's at its darkest knot. The abstract gives way instantly. It rushes out, thick and iridescent, defying the viscosity of normal ink. It coils around the steel needle, desperate to leave the host. Let it drip onto the floor, finish it there. Flush the wound with disinfectant, kill the remnants. PID vial. Requires conditions not met, opportunity missed. Because I specifically didn't search for something to deal with it. So I don't have a PID file. Flush the wound with disinfectant, kill the remnants. Howard grabs a squeeze bottle of disinfectant and floods the puncture point. The abstract reacts violently to the chemical shock. It dissolves instantly, rising as a foul, acrid vapor that smells of burning copper. Within seconds, nothing remains. Howard wipes the wound clean. The tattoo and the abstract are gone. Thank you, Howard. Seriously, I didn't know who else to call. Get her somewhere clean. Hit Machine, how you doing? How's it going? The game art is so dope. This entire fucking game is so dope. I'm really happy with it. Get her somewhere clean. He turns to leave, but she grabs his arm. A quick, desperate squeeze. Her hand is warm, familiar. Hey. You know where to find me. Don't be a stranger, okay? Howard looks at her hand and then meets her eyes. There's 3 years of heavy air between them, but he's too tired to clear it tonight. He gently pulls his arm away. Take care, DK. Okay, you fixed what you could. He pushes out into the Maglyph district. The rain has started again. Cold iron water slicking the streets. Howard stops under the awning. He cups his hands and lights a nether puff. The smoke fills his lungs, hot and grey. He lets the burn settle in, searing the ghost of her touch back into the dark where it belongs. Da-da-da. Cyber fetus fighting sign. The cyber fetus fighting sign. I forgot all about that. Forgot all about that. Well, we're here. Let's go have a look. The pre-birth Gladiator League. Why wait 18 years for your kid to disappoint you? Get them fighting now. We extract the neural patterns. We build the wireframe body and let them tear each other apart in the womb sim. Winner gets 25 dice. Loser gets deleted. Scan your fetus today. The ring is waiting. What the fuck? What the fuck? I think that's where we need to go. So let's go to the statue first. The city exhales as midnight approaches. Howard's footsteps echo too loudly in the abandoned square, his shadow stretching towards the statue. A jagged spire of oxidized bronze masquerading as a sailboat. Its sails are shards of shattered mirrors. Can I rotate round? I'm sure there was a way to rotate. No. Let's just quickly save. So we're covered. Okay. What a horrible dystopian concept, I know. A jagged spire of oxidized bronze masquerades as a sailboat. Its sails are shards of shattered mirrors reflecting fractured glimpses of the sleeping skyline. Inspect the statue closely. Squint at the mirrors. Your face splits into a dozen strangers. Kick it. Just once for closure. Think about what it's supposed to be, if anything. Try to find peace in the design. Leave it as not worth it. I'm going to squint at the mirrors. He leans in. The rain-warped reflection twists his face. 5 Howards, all wrong. Too cruel. Too tired. One of them is smiling. Their eyes follow him with quiet accusation. What are you afraid of seeing? Optical distortion. Stress-induced paranoia, logically. Break the glass, see what they do. Howard staggers back. A collar damp with sweat, the mirror reset, showing only his face. Inspect the statue closely. Howard crouches, gloves scraping against the statue's unnervingly smooth base. His fingers trace the seams where metal meets pavement. There's definitely something here. Do you know what? I'll use one of my one of those dice. And one of Howard's dice. Because that's a -4 anyway, right? Wait. That says 9, but there was a -4. Where's the -4? Howard inspects the statue more closely. He discovers something unusual. Nestled in a small, almost imperceptible crevice at the base is a single gumball wrapper. It looks old and slightly out of place. A piece of gum. Weird, but it feels important. We should definitely take it. You must take it. Even if it doesn't make sense right now. Take it. Well, take it. Howard takes the gum, trusting his intuition that it might be important, even if he can't see the connection right now. It's a hunch he decides to follow, hoping it'll make sense later. Smells weird, feels important. All right. Let's leave it. Not worth my time. Going to have a map. No worries, Emma. You take it easy, beautiful bean. Around 35% of people working on Zero Parades contributed to Disco Elysium, a company who fucked over the original creators. Ah, fucking hell. Nightmare. I'm curious, are they actually doing anything to the fetuses, or are they just scanning it? Because the description made it sound like Monster Rancher, but with fetuses being scanned instead of discs. Good question. Good question. I don't know whether it was like they were scanning the fetuses for their fighting potential and then putting them in a digital atmosphere of a giant womb, which that's how I kind of read it. How's it going, Alexander Griffin? Can I get a shout out for Alexander Griffin, please? I'd appreciate that. And Raven Lunatic as well. How you doing? How's the game today? Fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. I'm not gonna lie. I love the soundtrack, even though this is the streamer soundtrack, and therefore, so I basically don't get DMCA'd. People go check out Alexander Griffin. If you enjoy stories that have good, intricate, fantastic, dynamic storylines like this, and you enjoy watching the streamer get very emotional about it, you will enjoy Alexander Griffin's streams. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful being. Very much love and appreciate Alexandra. Hope you're doing well, friend. But yeah, the game's amazing. The aesthetics, the soundtrack, everything about it, just excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine who did they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness. How very dare they? Coming in here, Abby Stabby. Coming in here with your cursed little illustration-y things that you've been coming at. Good lord. The scandal, the preposterousness.
Flee.
Oh my lordy, a double trouble. Monty, go get more popcorn. Go get more popcorn. You ready? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, all gents outside and in between, delve deep back into those pits of popcorn. Monty's brought us more. Monty has brought us extra popcorn for the wonderful Salvora Hart. Hello, Salvora, you beautiful individual. How you doing? Both of these beautiful human beings have been working on Art of a Nature today. First stream of Salvora's, so no raid text. That's all right. That is perfectly fine. The finest gems are here to shine. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay. People from my stream. Abby Stabby Art is the mother of Monty, the mother of our wonderful, wonderful emotes and a whole load of our merchandise. A phenomenal human being, a very, very happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual. And Salvora is a jewel smith, a smith of jewelry. Goldsmith is the is it goldsmith is the official term? You are a goldsmith. They make and craft jewelry. In fact, I have some of Salvora's jewelry upstairs. In my wonderful, in fact, it's not in my cabinet of jewelry. It is still in the box it came in because it's so unbelievably precious to me. But jeweler is also used. Goldsmith sounds better. Goldsmith sounds better. But yes, and I believe that's what you were doing today. I popped in earlier when the wonderful Sembar was like, hey, Sal's doing their first stream. And I was like, fucking yes. If I hadn't have literally just started stream, I would have been there for the entire thing. But I hope you had a wonderful first stream, you beautiful being. For all you new people from both streams, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave for I am a colossal filth wizard. And don't want to be corrupting the ears of the young. We've been talking about a lot of sex education stuff today, so I don't want to be corrupting bits and pieces, all right? Sal's stream was great. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. I've just snoozed the ads. In fact, you know what? I'll snooze them once more as well, so you get as much time as possible before adverts kick in. But thank you so much for those raids, you beautiful beings. If you need to disappear off, go grab Snaffly treats. Please go do so. Please look after yourselves. Please do what you need to do. As much as I appreciate you all being here, I fully understand that you've all got lives, and those lives are far more important than pandering to my ego, all right? You do indeed. How dare you not wearing it every second of every day? I was wearing it the other day. Where was I going? I went for a drink with a friend and I was wearing it then. The issue that I have, Salvor, is it's too precious for me to just wear casually, if that makes sense. I'm like, the fact that you made it, it makes it so precious. I know it's made to be worn and I do wear it, but I'm just like, I don't want to like take it out to a nightclub or what have you and it like fall off my neck or get caught on something. Do you know what I mean? Like it's saved for specific occasions, as it were, you know? Yeah, no. But yeah, Salvora's been a long-time member of this community, as has Abby Stabby. They're beautiful human beings. They're both friends of mine who I've met in the really real world and had really good times with, and I would really appreciate it if you could all go follow both of these wonderful beings if you don't already. How you doing, Lelling, as well? Can I get a shout out for Lelling? I'd appreciate that. You were there, yes. Yes, I was. I clicked that cheeky little follow button. I was like, this is your first stream, so there's a good chance that you don't have all of your alerts up. So that's why I was like, yeah, I can do this. Lelling has been playing Vampire. Lelling is a wonderful, wonderful human being who we also very much love and appreciate. So you should go throw them some love for sure. Thanks for having me. I'm digging the fish tank. You are very, very welcome. Oh my lordy, 3 raids in as many minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside and delve deep into your bits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders. Throw them at these cheeky devils. More raiders coming in here, getting all up in our business. Good Lord, Renria, thank you very much for bringing your pupil here. I really, really appreciate it. Litha Christ, you beautiful being. Yes, I'm glad that you like the fish tank. The fish tank is currently empty, but it should be repopulated in the next couple of days. Actually, it's got 1 fish in it. But it should be repopulated in the next couple of days once I've got all of the water levels sorted, because the water levels need to be fixed and sorted. But I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for being here. How was your stream, Renry, you beautiful individual? As I've just said, I will say it again to all those new people. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me to make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. 1, because we've been talking a lot of sex education. I do a lot of sex education on this channel. But 2, we are also playing a very dark and pretty twisted game today. So I don't want to fuck up people's nightmares. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Worked on some VODs and now I'm sleepy. Well, if you need to disappear off, Renria, thank you so much for bringing your people over. That is glorious. If you want to just settle in and listen to my dulcet tones, you are welcome to do so. Friends, we are playing a game today called Celestial Return. It is very much a role-play game in the regards of like text and I do loads of different voices, lots of rolling of dice and bits and pieces. The dynamic of it is it's set in a dark cyberpunk world where we are living in a place called the Nethervale. It has also got an element of cosmic horror. Our character is a retired paranormal investigation detective who has turned private investigator, dealing with things that come through from the veil. They come through from another dimension and they get pretty fucking weird. So if that isn't your cup of tea, I fully understand. That's not a problem by any stretch of imagination. I fucking love this game. It only came out last Tuesday. And we played a little bit last thingy. I played the demo. They approached me about playing the demo for them, and I played the demo for them. But the atmosphere, the graphics, the sound, everything about this game is top notch so far. We had some issues last week getting it all set up and running, but I fed back to the devs, and they were like, "Yeah, absolutely, we'll have a look at that for you. We'll have a look at that for you." All right. You do have a nice voice to chill to. Well, in a couple of weeks, tomorrow and Sunday. Tomorrow and Sunday, we will be doing the Labyrinth roleplay game on stream. So 7 p.m. BST, that's tomorrow and Sunday. We'll be doing the Labyrinth roleplay game where I'll have a big camera so you can all see what's going on. But it is a beautiful book with dice, and you follow it along. All the bits and pieces, meeting all the different characters, going to different places, etc. It's all very, very exciting. So that's tomorrow and Sunday as a reward to you beautiful beings for smashing donation goals. On top of that, we will also be doing a audiobook stream for Call of Cthulhu, which is this book here, and an audiobook stream for Dracula, though I haven't booked that into the diary yet, but I will be doing that. So we'll be doing a lot of audiobook streams in the near future. If you're interested in my sultry tones, then you're welcome to come and join us. Welcome to come and join us. That sounds amazing. Yeah, it's good. It's good. This game is fucking amazing. Absolutely fantastic. We have a meeting tomorrow. Don't worry, Claudithas. It will be 7 p.m. BST, and the VOD will be available on the VODs and Vanity channel. So I make sure that all of my VODs are available on the YouTube VODs channel, so that people aren't missing out on stuff. Do you know what I mean? I want to make sure that people have the ability to catch up if they like to, you know? Did the new mic arm come? It's Snazzy Computer. Yes. So the new mic arm is here. Is all... Oh, if you can still hear me. The new mic arm is here. It's all low case and beautiful and makes me very, very happy in my little soul. This is so much better than having this giant thing angling over the top of me. So I'm very, very happy about that. Thank you very much to all those beautiful people that contributed towards this. And if I turn this way, there is the new graphics card, and there is the new 4 terabyte hard drive that will be installed on my computer on Friday morning with the help of Sembar Flay, the wonderful Sembar Flay. So there's a lot of upgrades happening in the near future. I think I'm also, during that time, going to change my entire desk around. Because I can. Because I can. Do you know what I mean? God damn it, Nirim. However, could we get an exclamation mark VODs, please? I would appreciate that. Did you say the Celestial Return just came out? It came out last Tuesday. 14th of July it came out. We did play the demo. They sent me a demo a few months ago, about 6 months ago. And I have been waiting for this game to come out ever since. So it's very, very cool. Very, very cool. We'll jump back into it. But yeah. You know what I mean? Wishlisting it. Great. Very happy to hear it. Very, very happy to hear it. I am a big fan. You're not Abby? No, I'm not. It's true. It's true. Hard to believe, I know, right? But it's true. Can't wait for the audiobook streams. It seems to be the most popular one so far. People really want to see me do some more audio work, which I'm more than happy to indulge in. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Semba helping me set up my new PC as well. Mostly watching me clean my room to make space for it. That is fair. I have a feeling that after tomorrow night's stream, I will be taking everything apart so that I can call Sembar on the telephone or via Discord probably, set up my PC and then reconstruct everything back up again. I would imagine. But yeah. Need good brain comfort? That you are very welcome. Welcome on in. Well, go on, just settle yourselves down. Renria, Abby Stabby, and Salvora. If any of you need to disappear off, go grab Snaffly treats. Please go do so. As much as I love you being here, you know how it is. Please go look after yourselves. Do what you need to do. I appreciate you. Howard takes one last look at the thing before turning away, hands in his pockets, telling himself, it's just a statue. Not worth another second. Not tonight. Right, I've just seen underneath my head, there are these. And I think these are how many activities we can do in 1 day cycle. We've done the tattoo. We've done the statue. Although we did technically do another one. We did the poster, unless the poster didn't count because it was just a poster. Not entirely sure. Okay. Let's go to the detective's office. Because that's where we're going to need to get information from. Wait. Oh, too late now. Digging deeper. Gooey. Oh. Rain clings to Howard's coat as he steps inside. The case folder mocks him from his desk. Beside it, a mug of coffee sits cold and neglected. That coffee's been sitting long enough to make friends with the desk. Don't think it's going to do you any favors now. He lifts the mug, tilting it slightly and watching the liquid swirl, as if the answers might float to the surface. Drink it, habit over taste. Stare into the swirling liquid. Set it aside. Face the file. We'll stare into the swirling liquid, I think. His reflection stares back, fractured and warped. The silence in the room grows louder. That coffee looked like it's plotting something. Better keep an eye on it. Focus, Howard. The answers aren't in the coffee. You can't help them if you don't try. He sets the mug down, the ripples fading as he turns his attention to the folder, still waiting for him to face it. Every file is a life undone. Echoes of choices. You owe them. The longer you sit there, colder the trail gets. Open the folder, start with what you know. Howard pulls the folder closer. Inside, a jumble of photos, reports, and scribbled statements waiting to be sorted. Say a silent prayer for the souls departed. Check your horoscope for guidance. Examine the case of these three. I don't think we're a particularly religious person. I don't think we are indulging in foolishness. So let's pick the top one. Do you know what? We'll pick the bottom one. Howard flips open the file, scanning the first few pages. Attelis Goroves, tech doc, found dead in his workshop. Examine the crime scene photos. We should have gone to the other guy first, but it's too late now. Howard picks up the first photo. Gorvez is slumped in the corner of his workshop, his lips blue, fingers frozen mid-claw at his throat. A trail of blood streaks from his nostril. The workbench nearby holds a half-assembled boost, tools scattered, an overturned biogel vial. He died mid-repair. No sign of a fight. Review the autopsy report. Howard flips through the autopsy report, focusing on key details. Nothing unusual stands out. Cause of death, asphyxiation due to biogel expansion in the airway. External trauma, deep scratches along the neck and chest, self-inflicted. Toxicology, no traces of drugs, alcohol, or sedatives. Check the last recorded conversation. Comic log reveals months of calls to a private line. Same clipped exchange. Same time tomorrow. Progress takes consistency. Sounds like regular appointments, but for what? Examine the personal notebook. Howard picks up Gorvez's worn, grease-stained notebook, its pages crammed with repair logs and client quotes. Routine, until the final entries, ink-blotted, letters slanting wildly as if written mid-terror. Last page, bottom corner. Howard lowers the file, turning the details over in his head. Howard pulls out the ISO Ogura file, flipping it open. A mess of reports, photos, and dive logs spill onto the desk. Check the crime scene photos. Howard lifts the grainy photos. Ogura slumped in his chair, neural bridge still clamped on. The cables thread into his approval. Half-eaten nutrient paste rests nearby, smeared across the desk. He was mid-bite. Something cut him off fast. Okay. Check Ogura's background. Izo Ogura, 32. Independent Neth finder. Lived alone, no registered family or emergency contact. Finances stable. No debt, low profile, and a clean record. Okay, let's find out what a Netherfinder is. Netherfinder. An expert who infiltrates secure networks, bypasses advanced encryption, and extracts data from restricted digital layers. Much like the hackers of the past, they exploit vulnerabilities of the Neth. Though the stakes in Nethervale are often physical as well as digital, high-level practitioners use gang-fang boosts for direct interfacing. So it's kind of like a netrunner, effectively. How's it going, Authenticat? How you doing? Just another ghost in the system. Until he wasn't. Analyze the dive logs. We'll check the autopsy reports first. The autopsy says what he expected. Self-induced neural overload. No signs of struggle. But one thing jumps out. A crumpled note in Ogura's pocket. He said it would help. That I'd feel lighter. I trusted him to fix me. Now I don't know what's left of me. He trusted someone to fix him. What if they did? What if this was the result? Try to detach. You got played, end of story. Try to detach. He leans back, eyes unfocused, just ink on paper, just a case, just data. But the words still echo. Managing the best I can. I hope you're well. Doing all right. Thank you very much, Authentica. I'm a big fan of this game. I love the aesthetic. I love the soundtrack. I love the atmosphere. I love the storyline. It's very good. So it's helping me crack on with my Wednesday, you beautiful being. I'm looking forward to tomorrow evening and Sunday evening when we play the Labyrinth roleplay game. That's what we're doing. A lot of streams this week, but it'll be worth it. Analyze the dive logs. The logs show Agura running a recursive scan of his own neural archives. Session start. Accessing sensory logs. Pharaon signature detected. Data fragment. Unrecognized encryption. Running bypass. Neural feedback surge. Emergency disconnect. Terminated. User force shutdown. Howard frowns. Agura was digging through his own mind. The session ends with a self-termination. No external triggers. He overloaded after this. Why abort mid-dive? Just to fry yourself. Read the witness statement. The neighbor's statement is cold and empty. Lived next door to Agura for a while. Don't have much to say. He kept to himself, never caused trouble. Either the witness didn't care, or they were choosing their words carefully. Last time I saw him, no idea. Howard closes the file. Every detail of Izo Ogura's etched into his mind. Examines Serena Koss. Labyrinth is never a bad time. Looking forward to that. Yeah, it'll be good. I'm quite excited. I've also got a costume coming, hopefully sometime tomorrow, so I should be able to provide some entertainment. You know. Serena Koss, corporate executive for Ectovision, died after jumping from a balcony of her luxury high-rise apartment. Examine the crime scene photos. Serena's body lies contorted, hips dislocated, limbs twisted beyond human limits. A shattered skull. That's not brains, that looks like snot. Labyrinth stream is next week, right? Nope, this week. Labyrinth is tomorrow, 7 p.m. BST, Alexandra, and Sunday, 7 p.m. BST. It's 2 this week because I'm trying to catch up with some of the rewards I owe this wonderful community. Thinking about dressing up as well? Do it. Why not? Why not? Silver Haze, you lurk away. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. I appreciate it. Smeared like something crawled in its final moments. Howard's stomach knots. Review. Check the autopsy notes before seeing the security footage. No, we'll see the security footage first. In case something doesn't make sense in the autopsy report. Have to catch the VOD for tomorrow. No worries, no problem. Howard flips through the security report, eyes moving over the transcript. A balcony railing is low, barely waist high, easy to climb, just as easy to trip over. At 2:14 a.m., Sarah Koss walked onto her balcony, stood motionless for 6 minutes and 32 seconds, and she stepped forward, calm as a sleepwalker. One detail catches his attention. 02:20:46 a.m. Incoming comic call. Caller ID unknown. 02:20:48 a.m. Subject steps forward. Someone reached her at the last second. I wonder whoever it was, they didn't try to stop her. Check the autopsy notes. No worries. You take it easy, Silverhaze. You take it easy. Howard flips to the autopsy report, looking for anything unusual. Cause of death is obvious. Unforced trauma from a high-altitude fall. The injuries are exactly what you'd expect from that kind of drop. Nothing more, nothing less. Skim the witness statements. How you doing, Zabadi, and welcome back. Howard scans the report. The household assistant, the maintenance bot, synced to her approval logged biometrics 24/7. Routine vitals, steady. Except at 2:20 a.m. Serotonin spiked to lethal levels. No physical trigger. A neighbor's statement. She stood out there for hours. Even in the rain, she wouldn't move. She liked the wind. Said it made her feel lighter. Howard sets the file aside. Serena Koss isn't leaving his head anytime soon. Pulled from ink-stained papers and sleepless hours. I got XP. Okay. He leans back, rubs his eyes. Hours of reports, interviews, and autopsies later, the case still refuses to make sense. Rain crawls down the windows. In uneven trails. For a moment, he just listens to the city, to the hum of things moving unseen. His fingers tap against the desk. Slower now. He needs another angle. Someone who sees things differently. If only she was here. She always knew where to start. His limbs grow heavy. The words on the files blur together. Just a minute. He needs just a minute. Rain whispers against the glass. As his head dips forward, hissing the desk, sleep drags him under. Ooh, what's going on here? Feeling slightly better after a sleep in the dark room? I'm glad to hear it, buddy. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, what? Can you wake up inside a dream?
Howie. You're tired, right? I can play with the pieces. You're gonna fall anyway. The dream is an interface.
What?
It's leaking again. No more processing, no more waiting. We act now.
And yet we endure. Because we must. Otherwise there's no difference between us and the ones we fight.
The way his thoughts circle, never landing. He knows what's there, he refuses it. He's lying to himself.
Is that better? Or maybe the mind stirs while only the body sleeps. Questions and answers next morning. Oh, fucking hell, then it turns out to be really loud there. Oh no, maybe the little dots are days? Or chapters? A dull ache settles in Howard's neck. Kind that comes from falling asleep in the wrong place. The stiff leather of his chair hasn't done him any favors, and neither has the pile of paperwork serving as his pillow. Then a knock. Howard stirs, blinking against the grit in his eyes. His brain claws its way out of a dream and collides with reality. And another knock, louder. Someone's begging for a broken nose before breakfast. As you got coffee, piss off. Reach to your gun in the drawer. Yeah, who is it? Howard's voice comes out rough, still thick with sleep. A brief pause, then a familiar voice, light and amused. Neural archive link Rose. Okay, who's Rose? Oracle Rose. As in the rose? As in the fucking flower we picked up? What? An Oracle Rose. An oracle and somehow a talking flower. Gifted with psychic sight. Rose sees glimpses of possible futures, an ability triggered only when submerged in ice water, a sensation she strangely craves. Fragile enough to need Howard to carry her through the city's decay, strong enough to make sure he doesn't lose his way. What? Okay, this is wild. It's me. Your favorite houseplant. Now open up before I start growing roots out here. Howard exhales, running a hand down his face. So much for a quiet morning. Get up and open the door. Let her in, you need the help. Give me one reason not to leave you out here. Let her in, you need the help. Oh my god. Okay, as Howard opens the door, he's met with a sight he wasn't prepared for. How did Rose knock? Evidently with this person, whoever this person happens to be. Feed me Seymour. Feed me all night long. Yeah, basically. As Howard opens the door, he was met with a sight he wasn't prepared for. Sync complete. Mysterious visitor. His motives are his own. His timing is always perfect. His presence is never a coincidence. He never speaks. His language is a raised eyebrow, a nod, and the sudden placement of his stick. A strip club pole, repurposed to break bones and change fates. So this person is the body to the brains of the flower. Kind of like Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and is it Buster and the Brain from Mad Max 3? Fighting with a pole, I dig it, alright. Standing before him is a man built like a tank, his neon green hair clashing against his tight pink shirt stretched to its limits. Thinking of Crank as a simile. Fair. The art in this game is movie-worthy. The art is so fucking good. I fucking love it. It's very atmospheric. It really helps build the world. Master and Blaster. Thank you very much, Alec Wallace. Yeah, Master and Blaster from Mad Max 3. We also need more men with neon green hair. I'm not against it. I'm not against it by any stretch of the imagination. In one hand, he grips what looks like a stripper pole. If stripper poles were designed for combat, and in the other he holds a bowl. Inside it, floating like some overpriced centerpiece, is Rose. Howard blinks, then again, still real. Fucking ice cream van going down the road. Howard blinks. Then again, still real. His brows knitted together as he stares at the stranger. Well, hello, muscles. Should I be impressed or concerned? The man offers no answer. He stares back with all the emotional range of a brick wall. Who runs Bartertown? Exactly. Did someone say ice cream? Yeah. Just Howard down the road, to be fair. Big quiet. Big guy quiet. Means he's shy. We should hug him. His silence is either tactical discipline or profound stupidity. Before Howard can decide how to handle this, Rose breaks the tension. Pick me up. Unless you want to solve this case with your head up your ass. Howard grits his teeth and does as he's told. The man adjusts his grip on the pole and starts down the hallway, never once acknowledging the conversation that just happened. What fresh bullshit is this? Foolishness? Can we keep him? I'm evidently doing that one. Normally I wouldn't go with foolishness, but that's a great answer. No. You're barely qualified to take care of me. Look at our Rose. Darling Rose. Howard drops into his chair and sets Rose on his desk, right next to the open case files. Got 100 freaking questions about that guy. Is he mute or just dramatic? Was he really carrying a stripper pole? We'll meet him again, Howard. Mr. Mystery can answer your questions later. Now, the case. Tick-tock. Hear me out. Dystopian vendetta movie with vigilante dancer who kills with her pole. That should already be a genre. I know, right? Absolutely. Howard's eyes drift back to the files spread across the desk. I hate it when the only witnesses are corpses. Uh-huh. Don't even ask. Oh, come on, Rose. You can't talk to them. Oh, you can talk to them. You have before. No. Absolutely not. I am not your Ouija board. Then give me another option. The files are dead ends. You think I enjoy digging through the dead's memories? It's not a party trick, Howard. It hurts. They're screaming, Rose. If we don't listen, who will? I'm done asking. We're doing this. All right, I won't ask again. If it hurts, we'll find another way. I mean, we've been friends with her so far, so we'll find another way. You know? No more bowl. I guess the bowl was wasn't for said if it didn't have a flat base. Exactly. If it didn't have a flat base. Couldn't have been thinking it was just like for carrying a Rose around, you know? Alright, if it hurts, I won't ask again. That's uncharacteristically gentle of you. Howard leans back, the files glare up at him. And something clicks. Without a word, he pushes himself to his feet and heads for the kitchenette. Essentially a closet with a sink and freezer humming like a dying alternated. What is an alternated? Dying alternated. Remote control shells manufactured by New Genesis. Operators jack in from their couches and pilot them through the city. They work, deliver, patrol, and take the hits so their owners don't have to. Interesting. Okay. I think there is, we met a character similar to that in the demo, but I don't know whether they've been taken out or whether we just haven't met them yet. I'm not sure. Oh, salad bowl. Ah, okay. All right. No graveyard channeling. But we're not completely out of tricks, are we? He yanked the freezer open and wrestles out the ice tray. He slams it on the counter. The frozen cubes crack apart under the impact. The ice water vision might get us something. He drops the ice into the glass, fills it halfway with tap water and sets it in front of her. Now this I don't mind. Freezing clarity, my favorite flavor. She drops in with a soft plop, her stem shivering with delight. Still, it tastes like frost bit into something dead in there a long time ago. But compared to graveyard, it's vintage champagne. Okay. Focus, they deserve answers. If you see a sandwich again, I'm composting you. This better not be another dead end. There's not many situations I think I'm going to be going with anger because I'm not normally an angry person. I don't tend to succumb to anger myself normally. So I think there will be there'll be the occasional foolish one, but I also quite like this sort of like cyberpunk noir kind of feeling of the game, you know? It's feeling good. Focus, Rose. Those people deserve answers. Says the guy who still thinks answers is a brand of whiskey. Quiet. It's starting. She goes quiet. The sarcasm fades, her petals fold slightly inwards as she closes her eyes. And the water stills entirely, save for the ripples spreading out from her stem. I hear a song, a voice forcing alignment, absolute obedience. It tastes bitter, like blood. Is this a ritual? What is the voice saying? No. Can you see the location? Because if we ask what the voice is saying, then we'll be influenced by it. If it's a voice that is causing the hypnotic effect, then we will not be influenced by it. So let's... Or wait, don't interrupt. Ooh. No. What? Can you see the location? Rose's petals twitch violently, but her eyes stay locked shut. So much blood. It's dark and smells like Eden Corp. Is it a ritual? Nobody wants to leave there smiling. Her eyes snap open. She shakes herself off, shifting in the now lukewarm water. I've got a feeling this mess leads straight to their doorstep. Wonderful. Another group of weirdos with terrible hobbies. Time to knock on the cult's creepy little door. Okay. Oh, okay. So now that we are thinking, we can't actually go back to where we were before. Interesting. Let's go to the chaotic arbiters. Random encounter. Crash. The sound of shattering glass tears through the static of the rain. It's sharp, violent, and close. Oh, look, there's Rose. Ah, shit. Sounds like trouble found me again. You sure that wasn't your stomach finally giving up on you? I'd be relieved if it were. Shame. I was hoping for a quiet walk and zero trauma. Focus on the sound. Howard stops, eyes narrowing as he scans the rain-drenched streets. He locks onto the source. Cyber sashimi. Raw fish, raw nerves. Still gonna go to the thingy first. Chaotic Arbiter Dispute Resolutionist poster. Tired of fair fights, sick of contracts that protect both parties? So away! We are New Stratum's premier destination for alternative dispute resolutions. We don't do peace treaties, we do conclusions. There's fine print at the bottom, but I can't read it. It's too small. Our services include dice-based arbitration, combat mediation, assessed asset claim resolution, honor restoration packages, premium witness suppression. 50% upfront, we'll take the rest from the other guy. Book the chaotic arbitrator for your next dispute, because some problems are too big for a handshake. let's not go straight to the crowbar. Let's go have a look at Cyber Shishini, find out what's going on over there. Before we have a look at these other bits and pieces. The manhole! Howard steps up to the broken window frame. Inside the restaurant is a wreck. Overturned tables, smashed chairs, soy sauce everywhere. Oh, that fish smell is assaulting my senses. If you pull me out, I'm holding my breath and pouting. And filing a formal complaint. Loudly. Duly noted. Just try not to pass out on me. Perception. Ooh. They're all easy. Let's get this spectral analysis going. Catastrophe dice. Okay, so that already affects that. Okay. I haven't found any extra dice yet. Fair enough. We only need 2. Oh, it's a success, but only fucking just. Look at that. The world shifts into high contrast monochrome as he locks onto the figures inside. He hunts for the telltale static of an abstract, a distortion of reality. There is nothing. No spectral presence, just solid, grounded human. Even if not entirely flesh and blood, Howard's shoulders relax slightly. Go in, end this before it gets worse. Walk away, you can still walk away without. Reynolds gets paid for this. Call him. Ooh. Let's get Reynolds involved. Howard pulls out his comic, quickly dialing Reynolds. What is it? Outside Cyber Shishimi, something's going down, place is trashed. Cyber Shishimi breaking in, it sounds like they're redecorating with a sledgehammer. Trouble at Heroes joint. Someone is dumb enough to try and rob the old man. A pause. The sound of keys clacking on the other end. Alright, sending someone to check it out. Howard kills the connection, takes one last look at the shattered storefront, then turns his back as the distant wail of sirens begins to cut through the rain. Quest handed off. Recipe heist, not your scene anymore. Interesting. So we don't have to get involved with every single thing. We can just ignore it or hand it over to somebody else. Okay. The Tekkel's interior is cramped. Not designed for human comfort, but for maximum efficiency. Dozens of spider-like drones skitter across walls and ceilings, pulling packages from grid lines, shelves, and zipping out through the revolving set delivery chute. Okay, let's have a look at the Tekkel. Tech dock? Oh, that was what the guy's job was. Street level term for a doctor who works both on flesh and machinery. In a city where boosts and implants and nervous systems are often too entangled to treat separately, a tech doc handles the damage no ordinary medicine can. Okay. What was the other ones? The bartender. Abstracts alternated. Detective Howard. We had the Nethfinder, but we didn't have any others. Interesting. Okay, Tekkel. A small, automated convenience store designed around efficiency, minimal human presence, and constant drone-assisted restock. Customer interaction is usually handled by an alternated behind a counter. Okay. Behind the counter stands an alternated. The humanoid chassis is statue still, head drooping slightly, like it's asleep standing up. Which we have, unless it's changed it, I think we already had alternated. No, we already had alternated. Cool. So that is just another way that you can get that information. Loving the Matrix vibes. Yeah. Been watching so much DC that I hear New Genesis and my mind instantly goes to the planet opposed to dark sides. They need to be ashamed of this archaic technology. I mean, this game is screaming Cyberpunk to me, but not necessarily like the Cyberpunk computer game, but like the Cyberpunk roleplay game. You know, very, very cool. Very, very cool. From his chest speaker, a tinny, chaotic sound leaks out. Pew pew, gizz, reloading. Flanking left, you idiots. Left. Are you winning? The alternator jerks violently. The war sounds cut out instantly. Head snaps towards Howard, lens spiraling as they focus. Whoa, what the? You actually walked here? On the street, physically? Are you insane or just stupid? I needed the fresh air. Fresh air? The air that's coming out of my apartment vents tastes like recycled sweat. It's still better than becoming a smear on the pavement. Just show me what you sell. All right, physical man. Here's the inventory. Make it quick. I'm mid-match. Okay, buy Rage Chew, anger-issued rerolls. Buy a digital locket plus 4 on Virtue. Is single use. For a dice, intelligence level rerolls. Tally counter, a passive modifier for foolishness. You get a +5 for foolish things. Ooh. How's it going, Ashura? How you doing? Ocular drops, +4 perception use. Single use. I think we'll take that. Can I give you... Price 1 dice. Is that gonna work? Can I get rid of my shit dice? Anything else? So now in our inventory we have the ocular drops, which give me +4 to a perception roll, but they're a single use one. Okay. I could buy that for 2 die. So I need to keep shit die in order to buy things. Oh, anger issues reroll. So if I ever click on something that's angered and it's crap, I can re-roll it using the Rage Chew. +4 for Virtue, plus an intelligence reroll, and then the passive modifier. I think we'll... how many dice do I have? Insights? No. Can I upgrade some of these? No insight points available. Okay. Boosts. Can I upgrade any of these? No. Interesting. So I've only got a few die left. And they don't reset per day, which is interesting. I believe now. No worries, Scott. You take it easy. At first sight, that reminds me of Hades. I suppose the animation style's a little like it. Yeah, kind of. I think I'm done here for now. The alternator immediately loses interest, its head snapping back towards the invisible screen that only it can see. Whatever. Howard turns back to the neon-soaked streets. Behind him, the pew-pew noises immediately start again. Right, what I am going to do is I'm going to quickly save. So that we're in different positions so we can do different things. Let's go to the wooden bench. By the wooden bench. Howard sits down. Something digs into his leg. He reaches between the wooden slats and pulls out a die. Yay, I got dice. He pockets it and pulls Rose out. carefully, setting her in his palm. The street is alive in that half-dead Nethervale way. Neon reflects in the puddles while broken ads buzz and alternateds pass by. A campaign drone drifts overhead, projecting a smiling face 10 feet tall. Your vote, your future. Howard's eyes follow a little longer than they need to. That face is bothering you. Or is it just another one of your quiet little existential episodes? I can't decide which bit is more insulting, the smile or the promise. Thinking how they're always saying you're right before they take something. Yeah, what's more insulting, the smile or the promise? The smile. Definitely the smile. Promises are standard. But that face... That face says it thinks you're stupid. Howard watches the drone complete another loop, and then looks down at Rose in his palm. They want you to keep thinking your vote matters, keep you invested, makes you feel like you had a say when they screw you over. There is no real system in this city, just a bunch of interests crashing into each other and calling it government. The People's Party could have every vote in the district and they'd still lose. The ballot boxes work for the sponsors, not the people. Let's do that one. That explains why nothing ever gets fixed. I guess it's easier to call the chaos a system than to admit that no one actually has any control. That's politics. I'm starting to see why you hate this city. Howard leans back and pulls a nether puff from his pocket. He rolls it in between his fingers for a second before lighting it. Eyes still on the street. People in charge like it this way. Broken cities are easy to control. The city is dying on purpose. Everyone is scared that people don't ask. Scared people don't ask questions. That's the whole game. Nothing changes because crises aren't meant to be solved. Fixing problem doesn't need a budget next year. Oh, a fixed problem doesn't need a budget next year. Let's go with the top one. So the mess is intentional. That's worse than incompetence. Rose angles her petals towards the street. His words settle over the view, and she sits with them, trying to understand how a city can work and still be this rotten. Why are you telling me all of this anyway? Because someone has to tell you before you start believing the smile. Because the city's a grinder, and if you know how it works, if you don't know how it works, you become the meat. That one. I'm a flower in a breast pocket, Howard. I think I'm already off the menu, but I appreciate the heads up. Howard says nothing. He just takes a long drag, smoke drifting into the wet night air. Thanks for telling me. Don't thank me yet. We're not done. He tucks her back in his coat pocket. The warmth settles against his ribs, and the city swallows them both again. Harsh first lesson. Ooh. So we picked up another die. What's this one? Anarchist die. A Vela legend tells of a man who tried to live without masters or system. Get -4 to persuasion rolls? Oh, that's bad. As long as I don't use it on persuasion, though, it should be fine, I think. Let's go back to the... let's go back to the Crow Jazz Bar before we go to the manhole. There might be some more dice in there. Howard stands outside the Crow Jazz Bar. It's under heavy renovation. Scaffolding, painting, paint buckets, scattered tools. The entrance is completely blocked off. Looks like we picked the wrong night for jazz. Let's come back when they're done renovations. Try to sneak in? Let's leave the bar for now and try to move on. Okay. How many dice have I got? We could try to sneak in. Let's go to the manhole. Because we haven't been there yet. Oh, that is the mission. That'll be the reason why. Into the shadows. The manhole cover grinds back, screeching on rusted edges. Howard stares into the drop. Dead black, cutting off the yellow glare of the street lamp. I wonder if there's a way to go back. Like, once you click on something, you're kind of dedicated to it. But there doesn't seem to be a way to return. Ah, well. I'm not insured for this. Neither am I. He drops her into his pocket and grips the ladder. The smell hits immediately. Rotting meat, iron, the sour tang of infection. His stomach hitches. Got distracted by threads until hashtag Guyliner showed up. Yay!
This is ridiculous. Crawling through filth for what?
Swallow it down, detective. People are dying while you complain about your boots. The brick tunnel narrows, trapping the damp heat. Shh. Did you hear that? Howard stops. The echoes of his boots die out, leaving a new sound up ahead. Voices, a lot of them chanting the same words over and over in the dark. Ooh. That is a difficult... Let them sing, you've got a job to do. Ask Rose if she recognizes the chant. I know that one. It's a nursery rhyme. Twinkle, twinkle, little corpse. Want the full verse? -4 for persuasion. Oh, so if we'd have used those ones earlier... But as long as I don't use this in a persuasion roll, I'm fine, I think. We get a +2. Oh, we just made it? Okay, cool, 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 cool. Howard waits out the echoes until the words finally clear up. They're repeating the same line over and over. Ashes to alloy, flesh to gold. The dawn must bleed for the truth to unfold. Let them sing, you got a job to do. Chanting grows louder as Howard pushes forward. The air turns metallic, sharp on the tongue, like licking a battery. Stop. Not again. What is it now? We're being watched. I can feel it. Wait, listen, trust your instincts. Spectral scan for anomalies. Hello, ghosts, creeps, anyone? Skill check. Spectral sight. They are difficult. Trust your instincts, trust the tech. I'm gonna do that one. +2 on a 6. This is cutting it. I don't think I've done enough. Ooh, I actually managed it. That's surprising. Howard blinks as spectral sight kicks in. For a moment, the tunnel looks empty. Then a thin green wire frame flashes across the ceiling arc, framing the empty space just long enough to register before it vanishes behind a rusted pipe. That was an abstract. You didn't imagine it. Yeah, but hey, at least it's not something trying to sell you insurance. Howard keeps his hands near his holster, refusing to look back as he forces his boots forward and across the wet stone. The tunnel opens into a massive, low-ceilinged junction chamber. Right in the center, a ring of guttering candles cuts a weak hole into the dark, lighting a stained stone slab, the shapes that move around it. Stay quiet and observe. Thank you very much, Nimrod. Stay quiet and observe. Howard lingers in the shadows of the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the dim candlelight. 6 mutilated silhouettes move around the slab. A legless woman drags her torso across the stone, her blackened thigh stumps leaving a slick trail of pus. Near her, a man with hollow, weeping eye sockets scratches symbols onto the floor with skeletal fingers. Farther back, the others sit flat against the wall, staring at the floor between their knees. Howard slowly lowers his hand from his holster. They are harmless in all of the worst ways. Okay, I'm just here for the information. Who's in charge? Police, start talking. I'm already having a bad night. Which one of you is the cult leader? I don't want to interview the wrong guy. I'm just here for information. Who's in charge? A hunched silhouette in the back shifts, stepping into the candlelight. The man has no jaw. Just a gaping hole where bone and muscle should be. His tongue lolling like a dead eel, swollen and purpled. Before Howard can even process the sight, a hand grips his boot. He looks down. The legless woman has dragged herself right to his feet. Cultist one, what do you want from us? Focus. This is still an interrogation. Time to act like it. You remove your boosts. Oh, this is like a cult of humanity where they've taken out all of their cybernetics. Interesting. Ashes to alloy. What does it mean? Who are you singing to? Are you the leader here? Are you the leader here? The one lets out a dry, rattling wheeze that might be a laugh. She tilts her head back, looking up at Howard. Me? A leader? No, our leader is not here. She avoids the name. Like saying out loud might bring them here. Your ashes to ally, what does it mean? Her milky eyes seem to sharpen. It might be a trick of the candlelight. We sing for the messenger, the one who walks where dreams take root. She tilts her head, her nostrils flaring. Her nostrils flaring slightly as she breathes in the stagnant air. She carries the scent of our home in her thorns. They say we'll know when she's near. In her thorns? Is the messenger the rose that's in my pocket? Because I saved the rose from destruction, and now a cult has formed around her. She does have psychic capabilities. Maybe she is manipulating them in their dreams. There we go. Howard's gaze instinctively drops to the warm weight in his chest pocket. You remove your boosts. Why? Every piece of corporate steel belongs to them. We took our bodies back. It was messy, but now we don't owe them a die. She shifts her weight on her blackened stumps. The pain reminds us that we're alive. At least the agony down here belongs to us. If someone wanted their boost back, what would you then? Does everyone make it through, or does some die trying? The jawless man, he chose that. You gave up your boosts. Oh, I missed an opportunity. Okay. Does everyone make it through, or does some die trying? Some bodies are weak. Some minds weaker. If they break, they were never meant to be here. Who brings people in the first place? Anyone new joined recently? Someone who vanished soon after? Who brings people here in the first place? People find their own way. You don't need a guide to find the dark when the neon above is burning your eyes. Anyone new joined recently? Someone who vanished soon afterwards? A pause. She glances towards the others as if expecting them to answer. They don't. Come, people. People come. Some aren't ready. Some don't survive. And if they don't survive, what happens to them? Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker. Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful man. I appreciate that. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but still. Their weight is lifted. Their offering is complete. If someone here killed themselves, would you see it as a failure or an offering? You don't just bury them, do you? The ritual. Cut the poetry. What happens if to them after they die? Someone wants out there and try to leave. That's not our way. Death is not taken, it is given. If ending life goes against your beliefs, who benefits from framing you? You tell me, detective. Isn't that your job? Cut the poetry. What happens to them after they die? The machines are stripped away and melted down. We mix the scrap with gold. Then we pour the hot metal over the face. It seals the flesh, hardens over the bones. That is how the offering is complete. The mask becomes a door. A door to what? To them. She means the abstract. Come, people! Exactly. My favorite type of people. Who makes them? Whoop. Someone you don't need to know about. I'm done being polite. You're going to tell me. Intelligent locked. I missed an opportunity. Oh my god. Saw the initials MI carved into the mask. So I've missed a whole load of shit. Wow. Oh, I get it. Super secret underground mask club. First rule. Don't talk about the mask club. Persuasion. I already spoke to someone who told me that where these come from. I'm just checking to see if it matches your story. Let's try that. I'm running out of dice though. Two is going to be pushing it. Try it. Pushing it, pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. Ooh! Pushed it though. Then why are you asking me? A long silence follows. She doesn't even blink. Her milky eyes completely fixed on him. Magnus Ivory. Where can I find Magnus Ivory? You won't have trouble finding him. Is he your leader? She shakes her head. Should I know that name? You know it now. How do I know you're not lying? You don't. That's all I needed. Find Magnus Ivory. He knows who's dying and why. Oh, I realized that some of that information will be because we didn't make the flower. Here's me going, oh, I've missed loads of stuff, but actually, like, we didn't make the flower investigate the dead people and, like, hack into their brains and shit. So that'll be the reason why. Okay, I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. Decisions were made, and I'm okay with it. Howard turns away, leaving the cultists stuck in whatever broke them. Sound of the rain hitting the concrete grows louder with every step. By the time he reaches the surface ladder, the sewer is just a stain on his coat. He steps back into the rot. He understands. Nothing here but ghosts. Oh no! I've seen what's happened. So each one of these I thought was like a next step or what have you, but it's not. Each one of these is an experience point up until my level up. So I've got one more experience point before I level up. Okay, cool. The iron plate bangs shut, locking the cult's chants back underground. Howard steps into the wet alley, the cold air doing nothing to clear his head. He pulls Rose out, holding her up to the light of the street lamp. Her petals are duller, like the dark down there sucked the color out of her. They called you the messenger. You heard them. That was about you. You want to explain what that was? Yeah, let's leave it open-ended, not lead it. Explain? They're nuts. There's your explanation. Didn't you hear her? The one who walks where dreams take root? Scent of home in her thorns? Of course I heard her. I hear everything in that damn pocket. Doesn't mean I understand cultist babble. They worship an abstract, matching your description. They worship an idea, Howard. If I actually had the kind of power they're singing about, do you honestly think I'd be hiding out in a damp trench coat? Enough with the deflections. What are you? I'm the thing that you pulled out of the fire. That's the only answer that I have. That's an excuse, not an answer. Tell me what you remember before the fire. I don't know, Howard. I don't remember a single thing before the fire, none of it. She pauses, a rare softness in her voice. I opened my eyes and saw you through the smoke. Felt your hands. That's it. Before that, nothing. Like I didn't exist before that moment. Rain gathers on her petals. I wish I had a better answer than that. Howard stares at her for a second, then slides her back into the dark of his coat. She began in fire, and for better or worse, she began with you. He lights a nether puff, breathes in slow. For a while, neither of them speak. Howard? What? Thank you for not leaving me in the flames. The rain, never truly gone, gathers strength again, drumming a steady rhythm on the pavement, soaking through Howard's coat. He steps under a scaffold, pulling out his comic. The cracked screen flickers to life. Time to make a call. Call Reynolds, give him an update on the case. Need all the painkillers? Oh lordy, little K. That'll do it to you. That'll certainly bloody do it to you, for sure. Howard dials Reynolds. He line picks up instantly. You also in? The cults behind the suicides. I checked out the cult. Nothing connects them to the suicides. Alright, that's useful. One less dead end to worry about. Insight point gained. Yay. Reynold hangs up without another word. The comic screen goes dark. So does that mean I can now spend an insight point? The ability to perceive and interpret environmental stimuli. So sensory sharpness. Intellectually begins to understand his surroundings and make correct decisions. I feel like I want to upgrade that one first. Yeah. Sensory sharpness. Sensory acuity increases perceptual awareness, making it easier to discover and analyze hidden clues. So we'll up our perception first, and then likely our rationale. Intelligence and observation. Very important. It does mean that I'm running out of die, though. Call DK. Ask her to look into Magnus Ivory. Howard taps DK's name. 3 shrill beeps. And then her voice hooks into the line. No hello. Never a hello. Thornfield. We've got 5 tabs open, 3 alarms blaring, and Neth node on fire. This better not be a social call. Need intel on a guy. Should be easy for you. Yeah, it's been nice. Need intel on a guy called Magnus Ivory. Should be easy for you. That's it? Just a name? Cute. Howard listens to electronic chaos on the other end of the line. Magnus Ivory. Sounds like the kind of asshole introduces himself twice. Nice job though. Yeah, absolutely, Dahlia, for sure, for sure. What did you do that has you so high? I think it was just the walking 12,000 steps, Felly. 2 minutes, don't wander. And just like that, she's gone. Let the nicotine lie in your nerves. Let the city whisper its sins. Check your reflection in the puddle. Regret not bringing an umbrella. Let the city whisper its sins. Sensory sharpness. Oh, the image has already changed. A compactor groans, then spills its oily sick into the street. Across the road, a hologram rasps. Upgrade your lungs, 20% off. Somewhere above, the drip, drip, drip of rusted pipes keeps time. Check my reflection in the puddle. The face looking back is tired, water-walked, and older than Howard remembers. Or maybe just accurate. It's always raining in the future. It is always raining in the future, it's true. The comic buzzes. A sharp vibration dragging Howard out of the moment. The city doesn't wait. DK is calling back. Back away, untruthful. Found your Ivory. He is an artist, quote unquote. Eccentric, rich, and probably convinced he's changing the world. Tonight's shit shows at Crystal Tower. Invite only, retinal scan at the door. Pure high-rise ego orgy. We've got a lead. That's more than most cases offer. The question is it enough? Thanks. Got over the grounds cover first. Alright, go play detective. The line cuts out. The dark settles, leaving secrets stacked for anyone still stubborn enough to keep walking. Call the bartender to check when the bar's reopening. Howard taps the number he'd earned after arm wrestling the bartender. A match that cost him 3 shattered shot glasses and a bruised ego. Comic rings. And rings. And just as he's about to give out, there's a click, followed immediately by the screech of metal on concrete background. If you're calling to ask when we're reopening, don't. We're still closed and I'm in a bad mood. That's exactly how I like my dinner dates now. Need a hand? I'm good at breaking things. That's exactly why I'm saying no. Check back in a few days and bring dice. The line dies. The comic screen dims in Howard's hand. Better than the last time you opened your mouth. Put the comic away. Howard slides the comic back into his coat pocket. The rain takes over, drumming against the scaffolding above. Oh. Okay, we have rusty and hostile bench. Propaganda poster 5. There it is again. Footsteps. Someone's following us. Duck into an alley, ambush the ambusher. Keep walking, see if they close the gap. Maintains his pace, leading them down a tight, unlit side street. Footsteps follow without hesitation, growing louder as the gap closes. Either they're brave or brain dead. Dead end stacked with corroded storage units. Howard finally turns. The figure halts at the alley's mouth, a silhouette backlit by distant neon. And up close, the detail resolved. The matte finish of an alternated chassis comes into focus, a remote-controlled shell. Its voice processor crackles, then smooths out into a voice that's dramatic and colourful despite the tinny speakers. You can call me Nikki. I'd curtsy, but the servos in this thing are shit. You always approach strangers like this? Only the interesting ones. And you, detective, are a whole gallery of interesting. You've been keeping an eye then, haven't you? In Moral Town, been to the museums, Black Sabbath Bridge, Black Sabbath Bench to the brass band, and watched the children while I was with my niece in hospital. Oh, that sounds great, little key. Just to check up, yeah. Just be lots of painkillers, I see. You want an autograph? Could have just asked. I've had a long night. Get to the point before I introduce you to the face of payment. You've been watching me long enough, so to plan this. So what's the plan? Let's go with foolishness. If you wanted an autograph, you could have just asked. Ha! Don't flatter yourself, detective. I don't want your name. There's a certain theater to your misery. I think we can make something beautiful out of it.
Great. Another one who thinks trauma is art.
Point is, I was watching you for a while and I wanted to talk. For real, not through this thing. Let's meet face to face, sweaty, imperfect face. Face to real, sweaty, imperfect face. Why? What makes me so special? Is that a dog in the chest? It could well be, yeah. Special? No. You're just a damn good character study. You've got layers, color, a soundtrack. You're not a ghost story. I'd like to hear it. Watching me? Why? What's your angle? I'm a chronicler of weird shit, and you qualify. The way you move through the city, it's like you're dragging a ghost behind you. Watching me? Define watching. At the Crow, you talk to yourself. Not like someone who's lonely. Like your head is crowded with people. Most people call that losing it. I call it compelling. There's something raw about it, genuine. Like you've gone through some shit and decided to keep the ghosts as company. Me where? And make it public. Let's do cyber sashimi. Public, loud, plus hero has a very sharp knife for anyone who gets out of line. I'll think about it. Perfect. I'll see you there. No proxies. The alternated gives a jaunty two-fingered salute. On that one. And steps back into the rain. And it's gone. A writer, huh? Great. Now we've got a fan. Next she'll want your signature. Or your soul. Hard to tell with the artistic types. Okay, more musy shenanigans. Get the artwork. There'll be another random encounter momentarily, I would imagine. Get the artwork. Propaganda poster 5. Propaganda poster presents his call to action, urging citizens to automatize themselves for the benefit of others or else. We are all reaching the sky. We owe our livelihoods to the corporations that enrich us. Join the construction of Sky Breach and claim your new alternated. By accepting this contract, you waive your right to hold New Genesis liable for reparations regarding work-related incidents involving your alternated neurological complications and mental strain. Neural Archive, Propaganda Poster 5. So we've got 4 and 5. Wasn't there another poster that we got? I could have sworn we picked up another poster. Who knows? No, Isasura, you take it easy. The corpos kept climbing towards the sky like they were trying to escape the ground. Escape the people. What was the hurry? And yes, they claimed reparations on the alternateds they handed out to. Of course they did. Of course they did. Rusty and hostile bench. The bench squats in the square like a sentence handed down in concrete. It's heavy and rectangular, brutalist in that special way only something meant to punish can be. Steel spikes jut up from the seat, each one placed with the cold precision of government form. This is a public bench only by technicality. Technically, public space belongs to everyone. Technically, we all know that's not true. Good luck sitting on that without a tetanus shot. Symmetry without mercy. Every spike is placed exactly where a body might try to rest. This is design as enforcement. A public amenity engineered to repel the very people it pretends to serve. A bench should belong to the tired, poor, the lost. Not just those the city finds acceptable. He runs a hand along the rough edge of the concrete and feels the answers in it. State does not need to shout when it can shape the world like this. The architecture functions without a badge, or a siren, or a written law. It is a slab of stone and steel arranged to tell the unwanted to keep moving. In the middle of a square that belongs to everyone, the architecture draws the line. Ah, it's good. Ah, it's good. It's so good. But friends, that is where I'm going to have to leave it today, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is where I'm going to have to leave it today. But I am very, very, very much enjoying this game. Very much enjoying this game. It is a bloody good one. I thought this was supposed to be fiction. I know, right? It's really interesting. This storyline is excellent. The atmosphere, everything about it. I feel like I've missed loads, and I remember now, like now as we've been going through it, I remember that there's so much that happened in the demo, because with it being a demo, I tried to explore as much as humanly possible all of the time. So we actually missed out on like a load of dice and stuff like that I didn't have before. Or I had in the demo, but I didn't have like in this run through because I was like rushing around doing different bits and pieces and what have you. However, give me 2 seconds. There we go. There we go. That's better. So I've missed out on bits and pieces, but you know what I mean? Will you play this next week or go back to votes? I will be going back to votes next week. But this will be in the roster. This will be in the roster. I think that there's enough of you that are interested in it for me to put it into the roster. So we will definitely have it in the roster for sure. For sure. You know, I missed you. I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. Nearly 5 hours. It has my voice. I love it. I'm really like this game. I really like this game. I think they've done an amazing thing with it. And I'm glad that I was able to veto so that I could show you it all to give you like a good taste of it. Because sometimes like it's hard to gauge how good a game is going to be just based on like a thumbnail and me describing it briefly and stuff like that. But because we played the demo of this, I was like, do you know what? This would be a really good game to play. So I'm glad that I took the time to veto the game vote in order to allow us to explore this to a good degree, you know. So yeah, we will be back doing the game votes next week. However, this game will be part of it along with the top 2 games from the previous game vote, which were ARB, the Anonymous Research Bureau, which is like a backrooms version of a museum, and Black Mirror, which is what we started the other week. So those 3 plus 2 new games will be available next week for the next week's vote, you know. No worries, okay, you take it easy. Oh, you put photos in the Discord. Perfect. Thank you so much. Definitely want to see more of this. Thanks for a good roller coaster of a stream. It's been fun, it's been hard, and it's been therapeutic. Yeah, it's a good one. It's intricate. How's it going, Astacon? How you doing, you beautiful individual? However, friends, that is where I'm gonna have to leave it because I've got to go do some bits and pieces. Get myself some food, go to the shop, do bits and bits and stuff and things, and post out onto all of the other social medias as I always do. However, delightful individuals, we are going to go raid somebody because we always go raid somebody, always go and throw some love around, as I am known to do because I do enjoy throwing the love around. But before we go anywhere, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thanks to those wonderful moderators. Mods, as always, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you to do so. Yeah, I literally couldn't do this shit without you. Let me have a quick look at who we can go throw some love at that's doing something maybe cyberpunky, maybe a little bit spooky. Let's have a quick gander. Interesting. Friends, as always, if you could stick around for the raid, I would really appreciate it. Even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, just to go throw some love at another wonderful being. Go throw some joy and some happy-go-lucky scamperiness at a wonderful being. It's not like many people are playing many cyberpunky or spooky things today. Oh yeah, we'll go see this guy. This is wonderful being. We haven't seen them in ages, and they are playing something very similar. Well, similar in the regards that it's role-play and unnerving. And they're also a great streamer, so it'll be nice to go throw them some love. Absolutely. I've only lurked for half an hour. It's all right, Tedious Melody. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you for coming by and saying hi. Claudithus, thank you so much for praising the mods there. I appreciate that. Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you are not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vein raid message for non-subscribers. While we go and raid another wonderful, wonderful human being who is genuinely an excellent person. And another person who really indulges in atmosphere, which I am a big fan of. Don't forget, before we get the raid going, don't forget, I'll be back tomorrow and Sunday for extra streams this week, where we'll be playing the Labyrinth roleplay game, and hopefully my costume will arrive all tomorrow so that I can be fully kitted up and ready to go for a fully cosplayed version of the Labyrinth roleplay stream. So that'll be there 7 p.m. BST tomorrow, at 7 p.m. British time tomorrow, which is in approximately an hour and a quarter from now, but tomorrow, you know? So friends, we're going to go raid the wonderful Degradation. We're going to go raid Degradation. Deg is a great human being, and the game that they are playing is, in their words, described as Dave the Diver, written by H.P. Lovecraft. So that sounds exciting to me. That sounds quite exciting to me. Love some Deg. Deg's amazing. Deg's absolutely fantastic. I have a lot of time and respect for Degradation. So it'd be nice to go throw them some love. Friends, if you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link that I have just thrown out into the chat there. We used to do shout outs for people, which would pop up and let you see them all and stuff like that. But because of the fact that it gives them a heads up that we're coming, I don't like to do that anymore. Fucking hell, there's so many of you beautiful individuals in here. Like, the past few weeks, I've been really humbled. The only time I get to see viewer numbers is, like, literally when we're raiding out and it pops up. And I'm really humbled by how many of you are turning up and saying hi and hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thank you so much for all of the follows. Thanks so much for all the conversation we had. Thanks so much for hanging out with me while I was playing a really fucking cool game. We'll be back to doing all the game votes next week, which will be absolutely fantastic. Just thanks so much for being here. To all you people that have been lurking, or should I say watching from the void, I really appreciate you. To all you people watching the VOD on the VODs of Vanity channel, thank you so much for being here as well. I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. BST, for some Labyrinth shenanigans. Until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. See you all later. Bye-bye.